to hinge on the success of a 20-year-old entry-level employee, but you just can't help yourself. The stress is exhilarating. Progressive can't bring people together like the draft, but we can bring your home and auto insurance together with a bundle. So switch and see if you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
There are people who are excited about the new play caller for the Denver Broncos. And then there's Mike Evans.
Sean Payton is out of the way.
Right.
And now Davis Webb. We've got our next Sean McVay. Our new Sean McVay is here. And this is going to be a top 5 scoring offense next year. I can't wait. I mean, it should be, right?
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Sex, intimacy, love. These 3 things are critical to a good relationship, and that's the problem with erectile dysfunction. It often destroys sexual enjoyment and intimacy. It stresses the love between partners, often to the breaking point. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're suffering with ED, you likely know exactly what I'm talking about. But I also want you to know that ED doesn't have to impact your relationship anymore. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts with our focus on men's sexual health. We've treated tens of thousands of men and have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. I promise you, if you're like most guys, you can get your sex life back, perhaps even performing like you haven't in years. So if ED is affecting you, it's time to get back to better sex, better intimacy, and deeper love. Call us. Just $99 gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain. Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at spineone.com.
LifeLock, how can I help?
The IRS said I filed my return,
But I haven't.
1 in 4 tax-paying Americans has paid the price of identity fraud.
What do I do?
My refund, though.
I'm freaking out.
Don't worry, I can fix this.
LifeLock fixes identity theft guaranteed and gets your money back with up to $3 million in coverage.
I'm so relieved.
No problem. I'll be with you every step of the way.
1 in 4 was a fraud-paying American. Not anymore. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Get the fastest local alerts and accurate 24/7 forecasts with WeatherBug. It's easy to use, so the weather never takes you by surprise. Download the free WeatherBug app today.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Chest puffing.
I'm tougher than Mark.
Occasional pettiness.
Your disappointment makes me happy.
And fearless leadership.
30 seconds left. Just get us in field goal range. Come on, kid, now. Execute.
Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome to it. Happy Monday morning. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth. For the first time, Brandon Stokley, powered by Able Builders. That's right.
All
Stokley
right.
and Evans with Mark Schlereth, your show now has a sponsor. And the good news is, contrary to popular belief, Mike Evans can't steal this one from you because it's a show sponsorship, not an individual.
Well, that is good news. I tell you that. Right.
I just wanted to make sure
but
you knew that.
I feel good about that because it's not mine, but the overall station needs to watch their back.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
Mike will try to somehow, some way wiggle his way in there. Next thing you know, it's Able Builders, with Mike Evans.
Exactly.
I'm just telling you.
And I think this is a good opportunity because you have been kind of trying to bring this to light about Mike Evans to anyone that will listen. It's in the station rejoins. You've mentioned it on the air several times, but I don't know if people truly
believe you in terms of the depth that Mike Evans went to steal your endorsement. But now that this is out there, the rest of the station and the world may now see exactly what he's been up to.
Exactly. So everyone around here needs to keep their head on a swivel.
Hope everyone out there is having a good start to their Monday morning. Richie Carney sitting in for Mike Evans. And
I love just like in the first minute, you just start throwing haymakers at the guy you're sitting in for. I respect that.
I mean,
I appreciate that.
If you're going to do it, just do it.
Yeah.
You know, why patty cake about it?
Don't dip your toe in the water. Just jump straight in.
Right, exactly.
First minute of the show, haymakers at Mike Evans' big forehead. So
right.
I love it.
It's the first day of spring, which means
Is it really?
It is.
Are you serious?
I actually think yesterday might have been, is what I was told.
Okay, so we're no longer in winter. It's spring now.
I don't think so, because that was the whole thing. I was listening to Chris Bianchi, whose weatherman lore is never been higher. His stock has never been higher after his predictions in the AFC Championship game. That's what he was saying, was that we were closing out. We only had a couple of days left to maintain like the warmest winter on record in Lord knows how long of amount of time. So congratulations for surviving one of the toughest, most difficult winters that we've ever had to endure here in the Mile High City. I do believe we are officially on to spring.
Okay. Well, I'm going to Google it and make sure. Because
see, I didn't say I'm 99% sure.
Right. You didn't Mike Evans it. Another shot at Evans. But I just want to make sure when I say that, hey, we're in spring now, that it's correct.
Yeah, I'm actually doing it at the same time.
Okay, well, then you just let me know, because I don't type very fast.
I think Chris is talking about meteorological winter.
What is that? Okay, see, what is
meteorological?
I almost messed it up.
Yeah, so the way that meteorologists divide up the seasons, it's like 3-month increments throughout. And I think the stretch of December, January, February is winter in meteorology.
That's so frustrating.
March 20th.
Yeah, that's the equinox, right? And as soon as I said it, I started thinking about that, because that would have happened. But he did say, so I just heard him say, he was talking about meteorological winter, which I was unaware until this moment is not actual winter. So I guess I'll... unlike the person who normally sits in this chair, I'll own that one.
At this guy. Well, see, that's why I double check, and I double check Evans.
You're right.
I always have to double check my wife when she tells me stuff like that, because I don't want to be going around saying, "Hey, we're in spring. I'm playing golf today," and I'm going to say, "Hey, man, first day of spring was today or whatever," and it wasn't. So,
are you telling me all you heard when I just led that up was bop, 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 bop?
That was kind of what I heard. So, but I do know this.
Of the anchor.
I do know that a week from yesterday, we're going to be springing forward here.
That's right, the time change.
This coming Sunday, the time will change, and we will have daylight for an hour longer.
Hell yeah! I'm not going to fact check you on that, and I'm glad to see as I open up the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043, 6 a.m. texters already all over it on my miscalculation of the start of meteorological spring compared to actual spring.
We got a few more weeks.
We do.
Right?
We got a few more weeks, and
good.
I'm sure temperature-wise, we will just have to grin and bear it. Speaking of grin and bear it, tough weekend for the Denver Nuggets, man. Starting on Friday night, you got the heavyweight fight between the Oklahoma City Thunder and Denver. It ends up going to overtime, despite the Nuggets leading significantly for a good chunk of the game, 3/4 plus of the game. They end up coming up shorthanded. Nikola Jokic, channeling his Phoenix Suns playoff energy, goes chest to chest with Jalen Williams after a cheap shot from Lou Dort. You had SGA throwing a ball at him, getting a technical foul. Definitely some chippy behavior there. And then they followed that up with a matinee game on Sunday against the Minnesota Timberwolves, who have gone through kind of an up and down swing, Stoke, in terms of a team that a couple of years ago bounced them out of the playoffs in incredibly embarrassing fashion in Game 7, then felt like they just had the Nuggets number. They were their kryptonite. They couldn't figure out a way to beat them. And then the tide turns, and the Nuggets had won like 6 games in a row against the T-Wolves going into Sunday, and they ultimately get smacked around there as well, losing 117-108. So where's your head at right now after this weekend of games for the Nuggets against 2 playoff caliber teams in the Western Conference?
No, not good at all. You felt like they should have beat OKC. I mean, they were playing some good ball there. And so to let that one get away, obviously you're on the road, was disappointing, but it's still, okay, it's Oklahoma City. they're the best team in the NBA. Then you go and you look at the Timberwolves, playing them at home. You just can't. You got to find a way to win that basketball game. And now you look up at the standings, and I mean you're sitting in 5th place behind Minnesota, who, to your point, I mean Minnesota, a couple years ago they were the next hot thing.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, I think it was last year, they didn't quite look as well. They didn't play as well. And we thought they were going to take a big step back. And now you look up here, and they're ahead of you after beating you yesterday. So, yeah, I don't like where the Nuggets are at right now at all. They haven't been playing well post-All-Star break. They don't look the same. They look a little bit off. They're not closing games out. So very concerned right now with the Denver Nuggets.
The Nuggets and T-Wolves entered that game yesterday with identical records, and now they sit at 3rd and 5th in the standings respectively, 4th and 5th respectively. And now the Nuggets are in a position because of the bunching of the standings where we're really going to have to be on alert as this team has the toughest schedule in the NBA down the stretch to make sure that they stay out of the play-in if they're not careful, whereas the T-Wolves can keep themselves kind of in that top 3 conversation. We'll get into plenty of Nuggets conversation as it goes on. And Stoke, I'm gonna put you in a position to maybe have to be Stokely Sunshine a little bit, because as I was sitting there yesterday afternoon after absorbing the 2 Nuggets games, I kind of was in a headspace where I feel like it might be time to acknowledge or at least discuss some hard truths about this Nuggets team as they head down the backstretch of their season. And maybe you can talk some optimism in me, or I guess on the RamosLaw.com text line or on our YouTube chat at DenverSports 1043, you guys can help me out, because what I'm looking at when I look at the Nuggets at this point in the season is not what I was hoping for at the start of the year. All right, coming up next, in the running back room, we got a couple of decisions made on some recurring backs, and I think it maybe spells out a plan as to what they may do in free agency and the upcoming draft. We'll dive into the Denver Broncos situation coming up next.
Is Jets running back Breece Hall the perfect addition to the Broncos backfield?
This is the type of back that the Broncos need. You talk about a difference maker. He's a 3-down back, so he can play 1st down, 2nd down, 3rd down. Doesn't have to come off the football field, but I think this guy could be a real difference maker.
Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
What is happening? Stoke here for my friends at Roller Auction, leader at Colorado auctions for over 40 years. And this is going to be a great week. Some great auctions that are going down, ending this week. 2 are ending today. All you got to do is go to rollerauction.com to get logged in, to get signed up. It's free. It's easy. It's open to the public. Best part about it is you're going to get some great deals on great items. Starting today, ending at 1 o'clock this afternoon, a model home furniture auction will be ending. Over 170 items in that one. All kind of couches, chairs, decorations. Really cool auction there. Then later this afternoon, got a former Subway auction that will be going down. And then tomorrow, always one of my favorites, ending at 8:30 in the morning with over 1,300 items in it. Contractors, vehicles, tools, and equipment auctions. Got Bobcat, mini excavator, skid steers, John Deere Gator with plow, tractor. How about that? You got all kind of tractors, plow trucks, ride-on mowers, a little bit of everything in that one. Like I said, that's ending tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning. Over 1,300 items in it. And then on Wednesday, got another auction that will be ending with over 1,000 items in that one. That's what I love about Roller Auction. They're always adding and updating new auctions every single week. Go see it all and get yourself one of those great deals at rollerauction.com.
Hi there, I'm Kim Rudell, owner of Wills and Wellness Estate Planning. If you've been putting off doing your estate plan, it's time to stop pushing your luck. It's never too late to get your estate plan in place. No more excuses. Our team makes the process and experience positive, straightforward, and even fun. Come see us and let us help you make a plan to secure your future and the future of your loved ones. Find us at willsandwellness.com or give us a call at 720-266-8190.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge, and Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Dental phobia? Consider Sedation Dentistry with Clarkson Dental. Their highly trained team will lead you through an exceptional dental experience from that first fearful call all the way through to aftercare. Call the most experienced sedation dentist and staff. Clarkson Dental, ColoradoSedation.com.
Colorado families, planning your next getaway just got easier. Explore real RVs, compare bunks, kitchens, storage, and layouts all in one place. The Great American RV Show, March 12th through the 14th at the Colorado Convention Center. Tickets just $12 online at greatamericanrv.show. Family adventures start here.
The AutoNation Flash Sale has been extended. It's your last chance. Drive with 0 down plus 0 payments till June. Save on thousands of new cars and trucks, all your favorite makes and models. 0 down plus 0 payments till June. We'll even buy your car and pay you top dollar on the spot. The AutoNation Flash Sale has been extended through March 3rd, only at your nearest AutoNation. Appraisal subject to verification. 60-month max term financing on approved credit. Interest accrues from date of purchase. See store for details.
Hey guys, your boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
I'm U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. The sound of a seatbelt. It's one of the most important sounds in our car. It means everyone is ready and everyone is safe. The more our kids see us put on our seatbelts, the more natural it is for them to put theirs on too. Make it a priority. Buckle up every time. Hear the sound? Make it a habit.
Paid for by NHTSA.
Winter is in full swing, and Aleve is here to keep you moving. When the cold weather sets in, everyday aches and pains can linger, but Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you going with long-lasting body pain relief to get you through whatever the season brings. Chilly days or cozy nights, Aleve gives you that long-lasting body pain relief you can count on this winter. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
When the Nuggets are knocking down threes, you score too. If Denver hits 15 or more three-pointers, you score a free 28-ounce Gatorade Lower Sugar the very next day at your friendly King Soopers. Gatorade Lower Sugar is scientifically formulated with Gatorade's #1 proven electrolyte blend and has 75% less sugar than Gatorade Thirst Quencher and no artificial flavors, sweeteners, or colors. Big shots deserve next-level hydration. Only at King Soopers.
Stream Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. Delusional confidence. I'm tougher than Mark. Strong detective work.
Something was way off with him, like some kind of bad gummy bear or something. I don't know. It was just
gummy bear. And personal hygiene. Holy Moses. The guy's excited about showering. It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
The NFL Combine Week is officially behind us, which means all eyes have moved forward to the start of the new league year and thus free agency.
including the Denver Broncos. And one of the biggest positions of need, which sure sounds familiar compared to last season, is the running back room. But we did get some movement by the Denver Broncos in that particular position group, as it looks like Tyler Bidet is coming back after getting tendered by the Denver Broncos, and Jaleel McLaughlin, the fourth-year runner who has kind of run his way into relevancy during this last couple of years of the Sean Payton era, is expected to hit the open market like his fellow running mate, J.K. Dobbins. Richie Carney sitting in for Mike Evans. Brandon Stokley, what did you make of the two decisions in the running back room? One, to keep the likes of Tyler Bidet, who statistically and just using your eyeballs wasn't used as frequently as a guy like Jaleel McLaughlin, and to let go of a guy like Jaleel, given the skill set that he had. Surprised? Agree? Disagree? Where you at?
No, I'm not surprised. I'm fine with it. I mean, they need to remake this running back room in a big way. So letting Jaleel kind of go and not tender him, I think is a good move. And Bidet, I think they trust him a little bit more. He's kind of been their third down guy. They like him in the passing game. So he must be a smart running back, knows protections well. So I just figure they trust him a little bit more. And just because, I don't know the rules exactly here when it comes to these tenders here, because I think he's going into his third year. Is that right? Something like that. I'm not sure. I don't think it's fully guaranteed. So just because you tendered him doesn't mean he's going to be on the football team. That's the way I view this.
Yeah, I believe none of the money is guaranteed. It does set a structure in terms of how much he's owed based on the tender amount, original round, second round, et cetera, like we did.
Well, I'm sure they didn't second round tender him.
Well, no, that would be Jaquan McMillan.
Right.
Is who they
yes.
did. But I'm just saying that those amounts are fixed, but I do believe that the tender in Tyler Bidet's case is not guaranteed. So they can easily cut him,
right,
during the offseason process if that's, the direction that they choose to go.
So right now we have on the roster, running back-wise, just two guys. Is that right? Bidet
and R.J. Harvey.
R.J. Harvey. Okay, perfect. That's fine. And so that lets you know that's got to be one of their priorities this offseason and in the draft. So, they talked highly of R.J. Harvey, but, we'll see. We'll see what their actions say to us, and when free agency opens up, if it's a priority, and in the draft where they put it on the list of things they want to and players they want to draft.
It's interesting that you phrase it that way when you're talking about words versus actions or intentions, because that's kind of how it played out with R.J. Harvey over the course of the regular season. When J.K. Dobbins was brought in, the Broncos had already drafted R.J. Harvey, and we kind of thought, okay, this is going to be their focal point back, right? This is their new guy in the backfield. And even though they traded back twice to get him and they didn't draft a running back in the first round when they had the opportunity to, it still was like, hey, this is how they addressed it. All right, because we were confident they were going to go with Jaleel or Bidet as the lead option there. And then minicamp rolls around in early June and they bring in J.K. Dobbins. And we're like, oh, okay, so their actions are telling us they weren't satisfied with that room at R.J. Harvey being the lead. And then even when J.K. Dobbins was healthy over the first 10 weeks of the season, it did feel like R.J. Harvey was getting a concerted effort from Sean Payton to get involved in the game plan. J.K. Dobbins was doing kind of the bell cow role of churning the Broncos down the field, averaging fourth or oftentimes north of 5 yards a clip. And then all of a sudden you get to the red zone or the tight, situations, and it's R.J. Harvey vulturing those carries and leading him to 12 scrimmage touchdowns in his rookie season. Then J.K. goes down. The running back room doesn't look the way that any of us wanted it to, or certainly they intended it to. And now we're back to square one in this offseason where it looks like they're going to address it again. Would you say that running back is probably or potentially the biggest position of need in terms of a room that needs reworking on the Broncos roster?
Tight end. It's got to be tight end for me. That's the biggest one. We got to figure that thing out and make it a top priority. So there's, we've gone over the guys in free agency, and I mean, there's some decent, serviceable guys out there, but draft-wise, you got to try to find a dude. I mean, you just do need a young tight end to start trying to upgrade this offense and help Bo Nix out. So whether that be the guy from Oregon who ran the fastest 40 as a tight end in the history of the combine,
crazy
4.39, I think
Kenyon
it was,
Sadiq, yeah,
which is really insane. The guy can move apparently, so it looks like he's going to be the first tight end that will be off the board. So whether you try to make a move for someone like him or you find one of these other guys in a later round, they got to find a tight end, and they'll probably draft one and get one in free agency.
We will get into Mel Kiper's latest mock draft a little bit later in the show, and Kenyon Sadiq does indeed get drafted at a premium position in the NFL draft, according to Kiper's initial projection here. But the conversation about the Broncos and whether or not they should be in on a guy like that, for all the reasons you pointed out, Stoke, he had in the Underwear Olympics, he took home all the gold medals at the tight end position. It was a showcase to be sure. But according to Mel Kiper, the Broncos may not have to move up quite as much if they really wanted to be in the Kenyon Sadiq sweepstakes, something we will get into as the course of the show goes on. But in the meantime, it's time to start calling some names for our super fan send-off presented by 303 Law 4040. We are sending you, if you are the grand prize winner, to the biggest pro wrestling event in the world, which is taking place in Las Vegas. And the first name to be called here as our superfan send-off kicks off, Ryan Christian. Ryan Christian, you could be heading to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world thanks to 303 Law 4040. Call us back within the next 10 minutes at 303-713-1043 to be entered into our drawing for the Superfan Send-Off Grand Prize, which includes a pair of 2-night tickets to the event, round-trip airfare for 2 from Denver to Las Vegas, 2 nights hotel stay, and a $500 Visa gift card. Ryan Christian, you are officially on the clock. Call us now at 303-713-1043. All right, coming up next, the NHL trade deadline is this week. And boy, is there one deal for the Avalanche that would be oh so sweet. But can they pull it off? We'll discuss next.
After moving on from another defensive coordinator, are rough waters ahead for Coach Prime and the Buffs.
My true feelings as of right now, this is not good for CU. I don't think it's a positive outlook for what's coming at CU. And I'm being sincere here. This is not a promotion.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's up, fellas? Stoke here. I've talked about Trajan Wealth for a long time, but now I can say I'm actually a client. They make retirement planning simple, and I mean simple. No pressure, no confusing jargon, no feeling like I was being pushed towards something I didn't need. Just clear, honest advice from fiduciaries who put my goals first. And I'll tell you what, I walked out of that meeting feeling more confident, more prepared, and honestly relieved. It was like a weight I didn't even realize I was carrying finally came off my shoulders. And what I love about Trajan Wealth, they're going to come up with that game plan specifically designed for you, your goals, and your needs. So if you've ever wondered whether your plan could be better or if you even have the right plan at all, get a second opinion from my friends at Trajan Wealth. It made a difference for me, and it can do the same for you. Put the ball in your court and call my friends at Trajan Wealth today. 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100. Or you can find them online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. They have offices located in Loveland, Broomfield, and Greenwood Village. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter. Dream bigger. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client, paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Hey, it's Flo here to say drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds.
Nice. With my new savings, I'll get some hiking gear. It'll be great for my outdoor era.
I don't know if it counts as an era if you just buy stuff.
I got a cute hiking backpack. It's an outdoor era.
Well, you only bought one thing. I don't think it's an era.
Well, I think we're in a agree to disagree era.
Yeah, sure, you're probably right. Anyway, with the money you could save by switching to Progressive, you can afford to switch to other things in life. It's
my savings era.
Also, everything you do is not an era.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. For over a decade, Bluebird Windows and Doors of Denver has been servicing the Front Range with products built to withstand Colorado's unpredictable weather. Bluebird's Sunrise Collection windows are built to last a lifetime and are backed by strong warranties. Buy one window and get one 50% off through March 31st and mention you heard about Bluebird from me, Mike Evans. You'll save an additional 5%. Enjoy the outdoors through energy-efficient Bluebird windows. Visit gobluebirdco.com.
Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040 and Jacobs Law with another cool story to share. James called 303 Law 4040, and he's like a lot of our clients, not looking to get rich, but he just didn't want to get stuck with a bunch of medical bills. So we met with James like we do all of our 303 Law 4040 clients in person, and it's a good thing we did because we noticed James did not look so good. We sent him to the hospital to get checked out, and they did wind up admitting him. In the end, we got him feeling better and $125,000. He was over the moon. He came into the office to pick up his check and rang that victory bell. And the really cool part is James surprised us with a check of his own, a donation so we could keep the best free meal in Denver coming each and every first and third Thursday. If you've been injured, you may be like James, not looking to get rich, but not sure what to do. That's why we're here to help. Just give us a call at 303-LAW-4040. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303-LAW-4040.
Hey, what's up? It's Zach here. And if you're looking for your new go-to spot in Centennial, the Basketball Social House is it. Award-winning food and drinks, an incredible weekend brunch, and a brand new sports bar entertainment space where you can catch every Colorado game. Even if you're not playing, it's a great hang. But if you are, their private basketball suites are unreal. Full court, lounge, music, TVs, the whole setup. And because you're hearing this from me, get half off your first private basketball suite rental. Just use code HALFOFFHOOPS. Trust me, you're going to love this place.
Still babysitting your cleaning crew? Missed trash, dusty desks, complaints from staff? Pike Janitorial has served Denver businesses since 1994 with professionally supervised commercial cleaning that gets done right the first time. Offices, warehouses, medical facilities, they show up, handle it, and you don't have to think about it. No excuses, no callbacks. And they'll beat your current cleaner's price by 10%. Guaranteed. Call 303-306-0290. Pike Janitorial. Clean you can count on.
You're listening to Sports Talk Radio at work. So is your competition. So are your customers. Denver sports fans don't half listen. They argue. They text in. They remember stats from 1998. They remember who sponsors their obsession. Audio, video, or online. We've got every angle covered. DenverSports.com. Make your move.
Running a business is hard enough. Odoo makes it easier with one simple, all-in-one platform. Start today at odoo.com. ODOO.com.
Food critiques.
I love chicken. I hate chicken salad. What? If you put chicken salad in front of me, I'd gag.
Hard-hitting analysis.
I took an Ambien on accident before practice, and that's what he looked like out there.
And some constructive criticism.
Reminded me of the show that Mike had yesterday. Just a little off, not completely there. You were like, Mike, are you going to take control of this show? Like, how many times did you say that yesterday?
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
Well, the vibes may not be the highest for the Denver Nuggets right now after a tough weekend against the Thunder and Timberwolves, two playoff caliber Western Conference teams. But I do think they're decently higher for their Ball Arena co-tenants, Brandon Stokley, the Colorado Avalanche. There was a little bit of a dip, which many of us expected post-Olympics because of all the emotion, the energy, and the fact that so many Avalanche were involved all the way to the gold medal round in those Olympics. But they got back to their winning ways, took care of things 3-1 against the Blackhawks, and they get going again tonight against the LA Kings in Los Angeles. But that's far from the least interesting thing centering around the Colorado Avalanche this week, Brandon Stokley, which happens to be the week of the NHL trade deadline. And unlike the official start of spring, I do have the correct date for that, which is Friday, March 6th. At 1 p.m.
You're improving. That's good.
I am. And
it's all about, hey, you might not always play a good first quarter, right? But, you're trying to build momentum towards the fourth quarter and finish strong. I like that.
Stacking plays.
That's right.
Stacking plays.
And I'll give a quick shout-out on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043 to our guy Robert, who pointed out that me being almost 3 weeks early for actual spring compared to meteorological spring makes me officially Puxatawny Richie, which I've had a lot of nicknames, but I've never quite had that one before, and that one's going to stick with me. So I appreciate that, Robert. But as we look at the Colorado Avalanche, who are upcoming now on this week's NHL trade deadline, if history tells us anything, Stoke, it's that they're going to do something. Chris McFarland has been a wheel and deal and general manager, traditionally speaking, around this time of year. And sometimes he doesn't even wait till this time of year like he did with Mikko Rantanen, where he shipped him off in like mid-January to the dismay of Will Peterson and many others here in the Mile High City. However, they haven't done anything major yet, but it feels like they maybe are prepping for that to happen. They've made a couple of deals, cleared some salary, and now everyone's question is, what are they going to do with it? And I think the most exciting or tantalizing potential option would be to bring back Stanley Cup champion Nazem Kadri back to the Burgundy and Blue. He currently is a member of the Calgary Flames, where he signed a pretty significant long-term deal after leaving Colorado. And Stoke, it's a hole they just haven't seemed to fill adequately since he left. It's been a little bit of a revolving door. Would you be excited or understand the logic behind bringing back a guy like Nas? Or is that something where you go, you know what, getting back together with a former Flame or an ex-girlfriend is never the same the second time around as it was the first time?
Usually it's not the same, right? But we see it with Bruce Brown. You know, I mean, we got to remember, I think the legend grows after they leave, and the importance grows after they leave. And so Bruce has been fine, but I think people thought when they brought Bruce back, he was going to be average 20 a night. But he's been fine, and he usually plays his best ball when it matters the most, and that's what he did for the Nuggets when they won the championship. So same thing with Kadri. I mean, obviously he was great for him. Look, if I'm Chris McFarland on the general manager, I mean, I'd go for it. And you're bringing back a guy like Kadri, who was a perfect fit here, knew his role, and obviously performed it at a high level, and they were able to win a championship. So he does have that little something extra, I think, that edge that all teams could use, especially a team like the Avs. So I don't know what they're going to do. You're right, making those moves, clearing up some money, trading, Sam Girard, and getting rid of that contract. I think that was going to lead to something else here. And now we'll see if it's Kadri or someone else. But a return of Kadri, yeah. I mean, who wouldn't be excited about that?
I would be. And I think that similar to the Bruce Brown example that you brought in, I think when Bruce Brown came back, the expectation wasn't necessarily that he was going to have to be Bruce Brown of old, because the team is constructed differently, right? And in this case, when Kadri was last year, he was their second-line center. And yes, they had a revolving door at that position up until Brock Nelson, who they handed out a nice contract extension to, was certainly a key cog in the Team USA wheels at the Olympics this past month. So Kadri coming back would be your third-line center, not your second-line center. And I think you could certainly do worse than a guy like Nas at that position. And it is also interesting, we got a little tidbit from Eric Francis, who's a senior writer for Sportsnet, covering all things NHL, both here and with our neighbors to the north. And he put this out over the weekend. Interesting tidbit. Quote, 3 members of Colorado's front office, including GM Chris McFarland, assistant GM Kevin McDonald, and assistant to the GM Andrew Cogliano, are all in attendance here in Anaheim for tonight's Calgary Flames game. Craig Conroy here too, just 5 days ahead of the trade deadline, wondering what they might want to discuss with the little eyeballs emoji. So Stoke, as the trade deadline is just a number of days away as we move closer to Friday, you have a major contingency of the Colorado front office, including Chris McFarland, in attendance at a Calgary Flames game that is not in Colorado. So to me, that says, will they or won't they? Remains to be seen as it relates to a potential reunion with Nazem Kadri, but clearly there's effort and intention to at least shake that tree and see what might fall out. And I think that's exciting.
I mean, look, I'm not the hockey guy here, But anytime that you have your general manager and 2 other members of your front office going to another game to watch 2 other teams play in the middle of a season with a trade deadline a few days away, it's the scout guys and to see if you want to make that move and just to double check everything that you saw on film. You want to put your eyes on it live. What does it look like live and in person? So that tells me, hey, buckle up. I'm sure we'll be having some action here, whether it be Kadri or I don't know, who knows? They might have been looking. You said it was in Anaheim, right? Might be someone for Anaheim. I don't know, but I expect to see an aggressive move by the Avalanche before the deadline.
I agree. And it's not going to be easy necessarily to bring Kadri back. And that's exactly the reason why they let him walk in the first place, because he was due a lot of money. And now, years later, he makes a lot of money. He signed a 7-year deal worth $7 million per year, and he's got 3 years left on that contract. And yes, the Avalanche have freed up some money for this season, but they also have a Cale Makar extension coming down the pipeline in the very near future that is going to take up a significant amount of their resources as well. And smartly, they really can't do anything that's going to put them in jeopardy of not basically giving Cale anything he wants, because he's one of the best players in hockey, and that's what they're going to have to do, the same way they did with McKinnon before him and the same way they did once upon a time, with Gabe Landeskog. So with Kadri making $7 million a year, they're probably going to, in a perfect world, try to get Calgary to retain some of that salary, but that's not something that teams typically love to do unless they're in a position to have to eat it.
See, that's a tricky one, looking at the contract. It's a tricky one because – I haven't been scouting Nazem Kadri this year, but so I'll just play the look at the stats here.
Sure.
And it's not like he's having, it's not like he's balling out right now, right? I mean, he's 35 years old. He's going to be 36 this year. So you got to look at all these things and take these things into consideration. He's got 41 points. That's it. Now he plays on a terrible team. 12 goals. That's it, right? So. You're talking about a guy that, a couple years ago it was great and fun here, a few years ago when they won it all. But he's not getting any younger. And do you really want that contract, what's left of that contract, when he's at 38 years old, and you have 3 more years after this year of $7 million per year? Because you do have other guys that you have to pony up for, and it's a hard cap sport. So, that's a tricky one.
It is.
Because is his play declining? I mean, you're not just signing up for 1 year here.
No.
This year.
Right.
You're not going – it's 3 more after that at 7 per. So,
which is why a name like Scott Lawton, who Elliot Friedman and other NHL insiders around the league, he is the pending UFA for the Toronto Maple Leafs, fits a similar play style, somebody that could slide into that exact spot that Kadri would play in if he were to return. But he's like a 1-year rental kind of thing, the same way Charlie Coyle was, to where it's like, hey, you're going to eat this, but then after this season,
I'd rather that probably.
You wash your hands, right? And I guess what it comes down to is, from Chris McFarland's estimation, how all in are we on a title, a Stanley Cup this season? And what are our chances to reload and do it again next year if that rental walks out the door and we're looking for the same spot again next offseason? So plenty to come with the Colorado Avalanche over the course of the next week or so. Coming up next, a second-round tender almost guarantees Jaquan McMillan will be back with the Denver Broncos next season. Do we like the move? Do we like the price point? And what does it mean for the rest of the cornerback room? All of that coming your way next.
There are people who are excited about the new play caller for the Denver Broncos. And then there's Mike Evans.
Sean Payton is out of the way.
Right.
And now Davis Webb. We've got our next Sean McVay. Our new Sean McVay is here. And this is going to be a top 5 scoring offense next year. I can't wait. I mean, it should be, right?
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks. So you dust the mantle on Monday, and it's covered again by Tuesday. It's frustrating, right? But don't just look at the mantle. Do me a favor. Remove one of your vents and take a look inside. You see that buildup? That's where the musty smell of dust is coming from. Your home system is just recirculating that dust over and over again until you finally press that reset button on your home's air quality. Mark Schlereth here. You need to call my friends at Ductworks. Ductworks sets the standard for clean air in Colorado. In fact, they are NADCA certified, which means they're insured and you're receiving quality through knowledge. And they don't just blow the air around. They use specialized scraping system to scrub the walls of your air ducts, removing years of grime. Call them today at 303-425-0985 for a free estimate. Commercial or residential, get a fresh start today. Call 303-425-0985 or visit them at ductworks.com.
303-425-0985. Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
High five! Up top! Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Heck yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Woo! For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees.
Colorado! Zach By here for 5280 Exteriors. Guys, we've had the driest winter in decades, over 50 years in some areas, and that means a higher wildfire risk. Now's the time to protect your home. 5280 Exteriors installs fire-resistant, non-combustible, low-maintenance upgrades built to handle Colorado's extreme weather. Choose James Hardy siding, Timber Tech decking, and Pella Impervia fiberglass windows. Plus, get 60 months no-interest financing. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no-surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry! File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach your friendly live agent. Donation's super easy and your car can be picked up by tomorrow. Call now or go to carsforkids.org.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car card today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou, a term provider, 800-568-2790. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-568-2790. That's 800-568-2790. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-568-2790.
Stream Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Subtle intimidation.
Had to give Ty the look.
You did. I was
gave
wondering.
Ty a little bit of a like.
I was wondering what you were doing.
It was a little quizzical look.
Skilled debating.
You didn't think I was going to flip it on your head like this. See how I
you're
did
coming
that?
back at me. I
Right.
like this.
You
This is
regret
good.
this now.
And plenty of pet peeves.
Put your phone in your pocket and you never go back and get it.
It is a source of so much frustration for Mark. It drives him crazy.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
He's gone the distance. He's gone for
The Denver Broncos cornerback room was pretty crowded in 2025 in a good way, I would argue, because it's a position that once it gets thin, boy, you certainly feel it. And that was not the case for the Denver Broncos, who already had pretty significant depth, quality depth, and starters at that position, and then added a first-round pick in Jahdae Barron in the first round of the 2025 NFL Draft. Well, how they're going to approach the cornerback room in 2026, we now have a little bit of an idea on one player, but it opens up some questions about at least one other. We got news from Jeremy Fowler in recent days that the Broncos are placing a second-round tender on cornerback Jaquan McMillan, which all but guarantees he's going to be back next season, Stoke. It means that he's going to be making about $6-ish million. And if another team is going to put an offer sheet in front of him, which could command north of $12, $14, $15 million per year based on the current cornerback market, the Broncos either have an opportunity to match or they get a shiny second-round pick in return. I think it's pretty safe to say that Jaquan's going to be on this roster in 2026. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's a good move. Put a high tender on him. I mean, he's a playmaker, and so he's a really good player. I don't know if anyone's going to want to pony up the contract and then give away a second-round draft pick to get him when next year he'll be an unrestricted free agent. So I think it's a good move by the Broncos. And then they, to your point, you always have the right to match. So they give him a 3-year, $40 million contract. You can match it if you want, and you got him. If not, you get a second-round pick. So you have some flexibility there. He's a really good player, so good job, Broncos, putting the tender on him. $6 million for a guy like that in today's NFL, that's a bargain.
Are you happy if you're Jaquan McMillan with this situation? You just had kind of a ball-out year after having a down year, by the way. So you had kind of a down year. There were questions. You come back in 2025, and all of a sudden your stock has never been higher. You have that unbelievable play that turns the tide in the Buffalo Bills game in the divisional round, and you have the opportunity to hit the open market and make some real money, and now you're going to be making less so, but you're a part of a pretty talented room on a pretty talented defense, at least with the opportunity to go out there and do it again.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're happy with the pay raise. This is you probably add up every year that he's played so far. What has he played, 3 years so far?
Yeah.
And the total probably is not $6 million. So he's going to make more in 1 year than he has probably in 3 years. And so I think from that perspective, yes, you're happy with it. But would you have liked to have been a free agent and been able to test the market? Yes. But, again, you understood your situation. you're not going to be an unrestricted free agent until after the 4th year. Teams still have your rights after the 3rd year. So they can put these offers and on you and make it hard for you to leave. So overall, I think he's probably happy because his role, he plays it. He has a good role here, and obviously had a great year last year. So I think $6 million 1 year, you get to stay with the Broncos. Really good defense. If you have another good year, now you're going to parlay that into probably a 3 or 4 year deal, looking at around $40 million. So, but he was great last year. To your point, I mean, he really was. I mean, he made some big plays and some big moments, and none bigger than that one against Buffalo where he wrestled the ball away from Cooks.
Yep, that I heard it speculated. I think it was on this station at some point that moment, that play, the interception, reception, almost like the Hail Mary type of controversy, that's going to be on a wall at the new Broncos facility or the new stadium when they do develop it at some. It's like that kind of moment in Broncos lore, given what transpired after it. Speaking of roles, though, I'm glad you brought that up because I do wonder if Jaquan McMillan being here in 2026 changes the roles for some of the other cornerbacks or potentially the teams for some of the other cornerbacks in the room. Because, Stoke, you've got a first-round pick in Jahdae Barron who played a shockingly little amount for a 20th overall selection in the draft. And I know he's in a room that had, at the time, the reigning Defensive Player of the Year in Patrick Surtain and a more than capable starter in Riley Moss, despite the heat that he tends to get on a week-to-week basis. So if Jaquan McMillan is going to stay, and you say he has a pretty good role here, what does that mean for Jahdae Barron?
Well, if it stays the same in the room and they don't trade Riley Moss, that means he'll probably be doing the same thing he did last year. He'll be the guy that comes in and, is the 4th cornerback, really. So he'll be working the slot like McMillan, and he'll be covering tight ends and covering running backs out of the backfield. So it's an important spot, obviously, because it's a passing league and so many teams are airing it out and spreading you out. Again, to your point earlier in the conversation, you can never have too many good ones. And then what happens if you have an injury? Now all of a sudden, he goes into the 3rd position where McMillan is, or he goes outside if it's an injury to one of the outside guys. So you'll see him out there a lot. He'll play a lot of football. But, yeah, you would think your 20th pick would probably be starting going into year 2 outside and playing a bigger role. But it's a full room right now. So hopefully he just continues to develop. And then, you look up in next year at this time and you say, well, yeah, he's definitely going to be the starter heading into the following year.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a fascinating conversation about what it means for Riley Moss as a trade candidate, what it means for Jahdae Barron, who's waiting in the wings and presumably you would think would want and need a little bit more action given the draft capital that was invested in order to bring him in. All right, coming up next, we will bring in our guy Mark Schlereth, and I do want to briefly mention and bring attention to one unfortunate thing that happened over the weekend, which is we got news over the weekend that University of Colorado quarterback Dominique Ponder, 23 years old, unfortunately passed away in a single-car accident. And we just want to extend our thoughts and prayers and condolences to everyone in the Buffs program, to Dominique Ponder's family. Coach Prime put out a nice message, as well as several other players in attendance. So super unfortunate situation that unfolded up there in Boulder. Our thoughts and prayers are with you, and we certainly wish the best for everyone up there in Boulder. All right, coming up next, we have tried to hold off judgment on one specific thing related to the Denver Nuggets, but as we welcome in Mark Schlereth, it might be time to just flat out admit it. That's next.
Is Jets running back Breece Hall the perfect addition to the Broncos backfield?
This is the type of back that the Broncos need. You talk about a difference maker. He's a 3-down back, so he can play 1st down, 2nd down, 3rd down. Doesn't have to come off the football field, but I think this guy could be a real difference maker.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Fellas, what is happening? Stoke here for my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Fellas, low testosterone is a real issue for many men. It can lead to poor sleep, low energy, brain fog, reduced sex drive, and make it difficult to stay in shape. And as we all know, a healthy body plays a major role in overall health and well-being. But it's not just about low testosterone at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Fellas, did you know they can help you lose weight, support metabolism, improve gains in the gym, and more with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring GA peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and so much more. Fellas, early to your mid-30s, you start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every year, and it happens gradually. And before you know it, you just don't feel like the same man you did in your 20s and 30s. But the great news is Jeff and his team at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can get you feeling great again. Don't be like most men, fellas, who wait a year or longer to get treated. There's no need to wait. Stop procrastinating. Start taking your health seriously again and reach out to my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's get you feeling great again. They have 5 locations right here in Colorado to serve you. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or you can find them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Feature therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jackson Hewitt handles your taxes and your stress. Inhale on no surprise price of $149 or less. Exhale, paying more for complicated taxes. You won't. Inhale, new tax law knowledge. Exhale, missing out on your biggest refund? Certainly not. Don't miss paying $149 or less. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Out on the course, they're the PGA Tour's best players. But in the arena, they're prime time. And Season 2 of TGL presented by SoFi is back with lights, cameras, action. We're talking big moments, big personalities, big names in the stands, all on the big screen. Big time matchups with shot clocks, hammer drops, timeouts, overtime, and playoffs. It's city versus city, squad versus squad. The sport just hits different under the lights. It's TGL presented by SoFi. Keep up. It's golf. Tune into every match. Only on ESPN.
It's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Denver and Northern Colorado is offering buy one, get one 50% off windows and doors and no interest, no payments until 2028. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends March 31st, 2026.
I lost 60 pounds a few years ago with SodaWeightLoss.com, and it's never coming back. I am never gaining that weight back because I learned how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat with SodaWeightLoss.com. You can join Soda for a short time that have results that last a lifetime. Call them up at 1-866-800-SODA. That's 1-866-800-SODA. Or go online to SodaWeightLoss.com. And I lost those 60 pounds, and I'm never going back because of the personalized touch that SodaWeightLoss.com gives you with a personal nutritionist that's always available via text when you have questions, you have concerns. Sometimes you just need encouragement on your weight loss journey. Have a friend there. Have your personal nutritionist there for you. It's SodaWeightLoss.com. It's changed my life. I look and feel 10 years younger, and I love it. You'll love it too. Go to SodaWeightLoss.com. Again, call them up, 1-866-800-SODA. Join Soda for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. At SodaWeightLoss.com. SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
The AutoNation Flash Sale has been extended. It's your last chance. Drive with 0 down plus 0 payments till June. Save on thousands of new cars and trucks, all your favorite makes and models. 0 down plus 0 payments till June. We'll even buy your car and pay you top dollar on the spot. The AutoNation Flash Sale has been extended through March 3rd, only at your nearest AutoNation.
Appraisal subject to verification. 60-month max term financing on approved credit. Interest accrues from date of purchase. See store for details.
Colorado. Love horsepower and serious adventure? The Great American RV Show hits the Colorado Convention Center March 12th through the 14th. Rugged RVs, overland builds, solar, suspension, off-grid tech, 150 brands, and major dealers. Tickets $12 online at GreatAmericanRV.show, where serious gear meets real adventure.
When it's cold, the last thing you want is your home's heater to quit on you.
At 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning, our team of comfort specialists take the frustration out of the equation. From simple repairs to more complex fixes, we'll get you warm and comfortable quickly. Just call 855-1HOUR or visit onehourair.com. Don't forget, we're
Always on time, or you don't pay your time. Always on time, or you don't pay your time.
independently owned and operated, licensed in their respective state or county.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. For over a decade, Bluebird Windows and Doors of Denver has been servicing the Front Range with products built to withstand Colorado's unpredictable weather. Bluebird's Sunrise Collection windows are built to last a lifetime and are backed by strong warranties. Buy one window and get one 50% off through March 31st and mention you heard about Bluebird from me, Mike Evans. You'll save an additional 5%. Enjoy the outdoors through energy-efficient Bluebird windows. Visit gobluebirdco.com.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Running a business is hard enough. Odoo makes it easier with one simple, all-in-one platform. Start today at odoo.com. ODOO.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Powered by Able Builders, it's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth. Job shaming.
You played in the NFL, but you were a wide receiver.
Embellishments.
I mean, sometimes I swear, you're just making things up.
And amateur zoology.
I think polar bears are bigger than grizzlies.
Of course they
So make them a polar bear.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Rolling along on this Monday morning, Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, powered by Able Builders, by the way. And on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. My goodness, Mike out again? Who does he think he is, Mark Schlereth? Well, that can't be true.
That's a good point.
That can't be true, Texter, because Mark Schlereth is actually here today, unlike Mike Evans. Good morning.
I never
Mark.
know who's working, who's not working. I just show up and
you're just
like,
the ultimate grinder.
You're,
I know.
You're the buoy that we're all tied to.
Right, who's throwing me the football today? You know?
Right.
So that's
Doesn't matter.
I just go to work.
That's right.
No,
PFM is out?
Right.
I'll go with
Sorgy. All right,
Sorgy.
let's go.
Sorgy.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Right?
I guess that would be me.
Let's go make some.
I'm the Sorgy in this situation.
Yeah.
Curtis Painter. Who else? I mean, who else was a quarterback back then?
That's a good
They
question.
didn't play much.
Yeah. No.
That's probably for the best. Well, good morning, fellas. Welcome to it. And, Mark, we had a little bit of a conversation about it earlier in the hour about the Denver Nuggets. And tough weekend of basketball for the boys over there at Ball Arena. They lose in overtime slugfest with the Oklahoma City Thunder on Friday night. Ends with some potential fisticuffs. Nikola Jokic getting cheap shotted by Lou Dort, sparking some flames.
Did you see his eyes?
I did.
Like that's.
Did you see those still shots, Stokely?
Those are crazy eyes.
Yeah.
As soon as I saw crazy eyes, I know they lost, but I was like, you guys are in trouble come playoff time because you just that's.
You poked a bear.
Right, that's Eastern European like KGB stuff. Like that he was pissed.
Right, he's like, oh, you think I need my brothers to fight my battles for me?
Right.
And it reminded me of the last time I saw him get that animated. Obviously, he had the run-in with the Morris brother, right, where he just knocked him into next Tuesday in the middle of the court. There was the chest-to-chest with Devin Booker during the playoff series where I believe the Suns swept them in 4. That was the birth of Suns in 4 guy.
Suns guy in 4, yeah.
But you rarely see Jokic get to that level of emotion. So do we now, given the fact that the game was tightly contested, the Nuggets led for most of the way, end up losing in overtime after giving up a 16-point lead. Is that one of those situations where you, Mark, or you, Stoke, look back and say, hey, maybe Jokic should have kept his cool there. The Nuggets need to win every game that they can. Technical fouls on both sides. Dort obviously got ejected. Where did you come down on that altercation post-Thunder game?
No, I love it. I love it because I just looked at, hey, listen, man, I want them to win every game they can win. They're still trying to figure it out. They haven't played a lot together. They're getting guys back healthy, all those different things. But there is that certain edge that I think you have to play with, and sometimes it's required to have a level of hatred or a level of anger or a level of whatever for that opponent. And I think that's a good thing for the Nuggets, because sometimes the Nuggets, especially here recently, just feel like they're sleepwalking at times, especially late in games. So I don't know, man. I know they gave up the big lead, and I just thought that's going to – my initial thought watching that whole thing go down is I hope and I think that's going to bode well come playoff time. That's what I felt.
Yeah, I'm with you. I love it. I mean, you can't let someone just trip you like that and just pretend like it didn't happen and not stand up for yourself.
And he was clearly going for that knee, right? Like, are we on the same page there?
I don't know if he was going for the knee, but he was clearly taking a cheap shot. Just sweep the leg, right? And so I don't know if he was going for the knee. I don't know at that time if you're really thinking about, okay, let me get that. Which knee was it? He had his back to him and just like, I just want to trip him, right? It was obviously a dirty play, but you have to stand up for yourself in that situation. And the Nuggets really, you look at who they have, and you're like, well, who's the dog? Who's the dude that's going to no, we're not taking this. And you look on the court, and it's just like, huh?
Yeah, that guy's been hurt all year.
Right, Aaron Gordon. I mean, I don't know if we have a guy out there like that, and you need one of those. It's like you need an enforcer in hockey. I'm not just saying you need one of those in basketball, but you got to stand up for yourself, and enough is enough. And so I was happy that he did that, and I think we might have hopefully the birth of a rivalry, maybe a little bit old school heated rivalry.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we saw SGA throw the ball at Jokic after he got fouled, and Jokic wasn't happy about that. So I think, these two teams, hopefully, the Nuggets are going to be good for a while. OKC looks like they're going to be good for a while, and you're going to be seeing each other a lot. So hopefully that's kind of the birth of a little bit of a heated, bitter rivalry.
Yeah, I think to your point, Stoke, I mean, I there's always those certain guys on your team that are kind of, about the business. And when things break down, that's the guy that's going to bring energy. That's the guy that's going to mix it up. That's the guy that's going to kind of, start it off, if you will, or at least finish it. And I don't know. I just think that sometimes that's a great thing. And to Stokes' point, man, that rivalry, that's something you can carry with you. Like, that's a cheap shot. And I don't know about the knee. You can, if you're the Nuggets, you make it about the knee. I'm with Stoke. I don't think you're thinking about, that guy had a knee injury and he was out with a knee injury and now I'm going to go after it. No, I think you're just trying to trip a dude. And I think that's a bunch of baloney. And so, I loved it. I loved the reaction. I love the reaction of the Nuggets.
Yeah, I guess innocent until proven guilty, so I can't say definitively what he was trying to do, but I'm very Aqib Talib, Harry Douglas when it comes to Lou Dort and the entire Oklahoma City Thunder. Dirty player, making dirty plays, doesn't catch no passes, and when I see him in Atlanta, I'm going to beat his ass.
Well, yeah, I mean, I just – the Nuggets need someone else to just kind of stick up for Jokic too, right? I mean, what I've liked to – and obviously it was kind of behind the play or whatever, and you got guys running down the court, but – what I like to see someone else come in there, and Christian Brown was in there, but he's
I was going to say, he's usually
in
the
there.
first.
He's just like trying to get the guy's hands off of Jokic's jersey or whatever the case may be. But I would. I mean, but who is it? I mean, you got Jamal, Christian Brown, Strother, Cam Johnson. I mean,
there's no enforcer,
right? There's no tough dude.
Somebody could have made a name for themselves. They come flying over the pile and just cold cock somebody, right?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, you don't want to promote fighting, but at the same time, if you do that, then it's like, all right, we're not putting up with this stuff, because clearly that was about as dirty of a play by Lou Dort as you could get. I mean, there's got to be a big suspension here for him. I haven't seen anything come out, but
not that I've seen.
I mean, that's a suspension. I mean, that was clearly a cheap shot to a guy's, legs. And it could have been a serious injury.
Yeah.
So you can't allow that if you're in the NBA, and if you're the Nuggets, you got to just send a message. I don't know. You know who I think it might be? The only tough dude on that team is probably Val.
Yeah.
It's probably him.
Yeah.
But
he's on the bench most of the time. If you come off the bench, then you really get in trouble.
That Eastern European steely vibe.
But
Balkan Brotherhood.
Yes, exactly. To your point, Mark, you come off the bench, that's automatic. You're going to be suspended. But at the same time, I saw a guy for the Pistons a few weeks ago come off the bench with 2 heat packs on his knees.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Ready to throw haymakers.
Yeah.
Right? Like, this isn't going to happen. So I get you and I understand it. But, you look at Detroit, And it's a bad boys 2.0 over there. They don't play around.
And
they don't mess around.
That's not a team with nothing to lose either. The Pistons are one of the hottest teams in the East.
Pistons,
so.
and they got some big-time, good, young players on that team. You're right, 100%.
So I would like nothing more than to have seen Big Val coming off the bench, setting the tone. Like, no, we're not. That ain't going to happen here.
That's not how we play.
But, it didn't happen. I'm glad Jokic stood up for himself, and I'm glad he didn't get seriously hurt.
The Denver Broncos seem to have one thing on their mind, fellas, during Combine Week, specifically when talking to potential running backs in this year's draft. But was it the right thing to be focused on? I'll bounce that off of these two coming up next.
After moving on from another defensive coordinator, are rough waters ahead for Coach Prime and the Bucs.
My true feelings as of right now, this is not good for CU. I don't think it's a positive outlook for what's coming at CU. And I'm being sincere here. This is not a promotion.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Market told me, hey, man, hey, buddy, I was talking to Troy Hansford the other day about the housing market. My buddy over there, he said, hey, this has gone crazy from one of the hottest it's ever been to prices declining, something nobody has seen in over a decade. So if you're thinking about selling your house right now, might be the time to sell it, get top dollar. Believe it or not, Troy's still offering his $5,000 guarantee. You can't sell your house at the price you agree upon plus the timeline you agree upon. He's going to cut you a check for $5,000. Come on, who else makes that offer? Probably nobody, and he's not making that for long, guys. He spends hundreds and thousands of dollars marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy. So if you have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him at 720-900-4433. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, guys. 720-900-4433. That's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
So my friends over at Pure Talk have been sending me customer feedback from ConsumerAffairs.com, where thousands of people rate and review the top wireless providers. Here, for instance, is a nice note from James in Raleigh, North Carolina, who writes, quote, "After hearing Mike Rowe's ad, we made the switch to Pure Talk, and we couldn't be happier. We went from spending $1,200 a year with T-Mobile to $420 with Pure Talk. Thanks, Mike. Switch today exclamation point. Pure Talk is saving James $820 a year. And because he literally wrote the words "switch today" in capital letters with an exclamation point, I'm going to go ahead and dedicate this commercial to him. So folks, take it from James in Raleigh, North Carolina. Pure Talk can give you unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month on the same 5G service the big guys are overcharging you for. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. You'll also save 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 to save an additional 50%. Thanks, James.
At Common Spirit Health, we don't just see a cancer diagnosis. We see you, and you don't have to do this alone. We believe you should be surrounded by your people, so you can keep them close while you get care close to home. Supported by our care team from diagnosis to treatment and beyond, and strengthened by treatment tailored to you. Because there's no one-size-fits-all approach to cancer care. Find cancer care with human kindness close to you at mountain.commonspirit.org.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Roller Auction.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 104.3 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Bold takes.
I would put my fajitas up against any Mexican restaurant.
Active listening.
You weren't listening to a word I just said.
Plus, a little number crunching.
What's 12 minus 1? 12 minus 11.
1.
This is why math confuses me.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
The Denver Broncos had conversations with several running backs in the upcoming 2026 draft, and thanks to our buddy Andrew Mason at DenverSports.com, our senior Broncos writer, we now know there was a pretty common theme in terms of the subject matter of those conversations. And I'm wondering whether or not it was the right or most important thing to focus on, because Mark, Stoke, as you guys know, they only have 15 minutes during a lot of these conversations to really get a feel for these guys in an interview sense. And I read Andrew Mason's piece at DenverSports.com where he outlined a handful of running backs, including Nebraska running back Emmett Johnson, Washington running back Jonah Coleman, and the second half of the Notre Dame running back tandem, Jadarian Price. And one thing Mace made abundantly clear in his conversations with those three guys is that pass protection was the overwhelming emphasis of conversation with each of those guys. And I'm the only one at this table that didn't spend a significant amount of time in the NFL, let alone any. So I will defer to your guys' judgment. But when I read that, my initial thought was, is that really the thing we need to be focused the most on? When you look at this running back room and the fact that they've struggled to produce with any kind of consistently productive manner for a handful of years now with multiple different lead backs, my biggest hope and wish for this team is that they just get a guy that can run the damn rock. And you bring back a guy like Tyler Bidet, you let a guy like Jaleel walk, and I think Bidet, with the tender situation, assuming he's going to be back, is clearly a excellent pass blocker in Sean Payton's eyes. RJ Harvey is learning in that regard, but he's also got another facet or another skill set there. Mark, maybe this is probably the wrong person to ask because I think I know what you're going to say, but is pass protection really the thing that the next face of the Broncos backfield needs to excel at the most? Am I just being cynical?
No, I just think there's a reason. Like, you look at the one thing that holds running backs from playing is their inability to protect the passer. Like, one of the great pass protectors I'd ever watched come out of college and was a first-round draft choice, and it's what set him apart more than anything else, was Ezekiel Elliott. That dude would smash you in pass protection. He was great a gaining ground in the line of scrimmage and just obliterating blitzers. And if you can do that, well, guess what? All of a sudden, you're not a tell. All of a sudden, you're not the guy that's just a first and second down back. You're a 3-down back. You're a guy that we can trust in any situation. And that's the one thing that holds most young players out from playing. Even guys who are really skilled at running the football, Richie, if they can't pass protect, they ultimately don't get to play very much. And so this is to me more of a, hey man, if we're gonna invest in a guy that could potentially be a 3-down back, he has got to be able to pass protect.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you want a back to be able to pass protect, but I'm with you, Richie. I mean, let's just run the damn ball. I mean, give me a guy that can run the ball and break some tackles and get yards on the ground and take some pressure off of Bo Nix and then bring this running game back up to speed. So I think obviously like anything else, same thing with tight end. I look at tight end. Okay, do I want a tight end to be able to block? Yeah, but more importantly, right now, I want a tight end that can catch the ball and gain yards after he catches the ball and produce in the passing game. So I want a running back that can run the football first and second most, and then after that, yes, the line yop is, all right, you're pretty good at pass protection.
The tight end position, I'm so glad you brought that up because that's exactly where my head went. I go, oh my gosh, are we just talking ourselves into the Broncos aren't going to make a splashy move at running back to get one of these guys, a Jadarian Price, or even, I think Jeremiah Love's probably way out of their price range in the draft. Are we just going to end up with an Adam Troutman in the running back room or like a Nate Atkins? Because that, to me, would just be very uninspired. And I'll acknowledge, I'm not naive to the fact that, again, you bring up a good point when you've got a running back on your primary downs that isn't the best blocker and you get into obvious pass situations or even questionable like third and medium type of passing situations, there are tells. And I think the Broncos have been at the detriment of that offensively, and that's part of the reason why Sean Payton gets fueled even more into all of his personnel changes and shuffling guys in and out, which I'm not traditionally the biggest fan of. But, man, I just think that, to the way that Stoke put it, I think to me, the pass protection element of it is the lanyap. It is the sprinkles on the sundae, the icing on the cake. But I need a Batman in that running back
I guess
room.
so. See, I guess I look at it a little bit differently than you two because I think that what you're saying is we're looking for a Batman. Like, to me, what that's saying is we don't have a 3-down back currently on our roster. So we need a 3-down back. We need a dude that can be a great first, second down runner, but we need a dude that never has to come off the field. And if the guy can pass protect and be that first and second down runner, then we've got something. So to me, I look at it just a little bit differently. Like, to me, this is basically saying we don't have a guy currently, as our roster is currently constructed, we don't have a guy that's a 3-down back. Even though we used R.J. Harvey in that vein, that's not what he is. And so that, I guess I just read into that a little bit differently than you guys.
Well, I look at it also as, when they talked about R.J. Harvey at the Combine, and I believe them, and I think that's the way they view R.J. Harvey. But at the same time, who else do we have right now, Mark? I mean, Bidet is not.
That's it.
No.
Right. He's not going to be the answer. I mean, they'll throw him in there on third down sometimes, but he's not the answer to be a quality, high-level back. We need more guys.
Yeah.
We don't have any guys. So, yeah, if you could find that 3-down back, but I think they're just looking for a compliment to Harvey. I don't think they're looking for a guy to replace him
Maybe that's a compliment to Harvey, and because they're going to go after somebody in free agent. I don't know, but like, I don't look at Harvey as right now. Now, I'm not saying they can't get there, but right now I don't look at him as a legitimate, like, first and second down starter in this league.
Oh, I don't either.
Right now.
I don't
and
either.
So, to me, you're going to find that guy in the draft. I would assume they're going to find that guy in free agency. So maybe this is, hey, man, we need another compliment because we're going to work Harvey in that, but we need, our J.K. Dobbins. We need a starter at the running back position, maybe in free agency.
So quickly here then, Mark, you expect in your mind, you think the Broncos are going to first try to take a swing at finding that Batman, that 3-down back in free agency, whether it's a Tyler Algier, a Travis Etienne, a Breece Hall, something of that nature.
Yes.
And then they wouldn't probably address running back that highly in the draft if they're successful in that. Right?
Yeah, and you just got to remember that position. There's a lot of guys that get drafted in that position that go on to be, have unbelievable careers or at least starts that are fifth-round backs. Algier was a fifth-round back. The guy Kyron Williams for the Rams is a fifth-round back. There's a bunch of those dudes in the third, fourth, and fifth round that become legitimate, legitimate starters in this league.
You got to find them, though.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Right.
You can't swing and miss. It's same thing with tight end. I mean,
yeah.
There's been good third, fourth, fifth-round tight ends that
Tons of them.
But you just got to find them. I mean, that's
McBride was a second rounder, and he's developed in the best tight end in football.
Yeah, so you don't always have to pick these guys in the first round, but the problem is, you got to find a guy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's easier said than done.
What position, Stoke, at the end here, do you expect them to address first in the NFL draft? Running back or tight end?
Tight end. Yeah, running back. I mean, because there's just the supply demand. There's so many good ones out there that. Usually you put a higher priority on tight end. What do you think, Mark?
Yeah, I would definitely put the priority on tight end. If you can find, let's say all things being equal, and you find a running back and a tight end that you have equal grades on, and let's call them the second rounders, you got to take the tight end. Especially with the consideration here is we just have not been able to develop one in forever. So that would be the direction I would go.
Yep, and I think that how they address each of those positions in free agency, if they're able to swing a deal for one of the major names at either of those positions, is certainly going to impact how they approach the NFL draft. Speaking of the NFL draft, the Broncos kind of took a surprise turn in round one of last year's draft, and if Mel Kiper's latest projection comes true, they're definitely in store for something similar this offseason. We'll get into that, but first, it's time to call another name for our super fan send-off, which is sending you to the biggest pro wrestling event in the world, which happens to be in Las Vegas, thanks to 303 Law 4040. The next name eligible to be drawn and entered into our grand prize contest is Jesse Strobit. Jesse Strobit. You could be heading to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world, thanks to 303 Law 4040. Call us back in the next 10 minutes at 303-713-1043 to be entered into our grand prize drawing for the Superfan Send-Off, which is a pair of 2-night tickets to the event, round-trip airfare for two for Denver to Las Vegas, 2-night hotel stay, and a $500 Visa gift card. So if you, Jesse Strobit, are listening, or someone out there that knows Jesse, call us now at 303-713-1043. Get in touch with your buddy, Jesse Strobit. If you haven't already signed up, good news, there's still time. Head to DenverSports.com/superfan and make sure to listen weekdays every hour between 6 a.m. and 7 p.m. to hear if your name is called. We will dive into Mel Kiper's latest mock draft for the Denver Broncos next.
There are people who are excited about the new play caller for the Denver Broncos. And then there's Mike Evans.
Sean Payton is out of the way.
Right.
And now Davis Webb. We've got our next Sean McVay. Our new Sean McVay is here. And this is going to be a top 5 scoring offense next year. I can't wait. I mean, it should be, right?
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
You know, Shayna, when our grandparents opened Williams Jewelers in 1947, they had one guiding philosophy.
It's true. From a simple jewelry repair to that very important diamond engagement ring, we treat every customer like family.
Because you're sharing your life with us. That's the only way we know how to do business. I'm Dylan.
And I'm Shayna Williams. We're generational jewelers, creating heirlooms for the next generation.
Whether you're looking for that perfect diamond engagement ring, fine Swiss watch, or a custom piece, or that once-in-a-lifetime treasure.
We're here to make all your precious moments unforgettable. 3 generations of fine jewelry expertise right here in Colorado.
If you can dream it, it's here at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood.
Because we're not only one of America's largest fine jewelers,
we're Colorado's premier jeweler.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Are you one of those people who dread going to the dentist? If so, have you tried sedation dentistry? Learn more about sedation dentistry at coloradosedation.com. Sit back, relax, and dream with the most experienced sedation dentist and staff at Clarkson Dental.
Spring weather is unpredictable. You never know which way you'll be adjusting your thermostat unless you have the right windows. And that's why with WindowNation.com, you can count on your home being comfortable regardless of the weather. Their windows are customizable and energy efficient. Expert installers take just one day, and Window Nation products are backed by a lifetime warranty. There's no better time to upgrade with Window Nation. In March, the more you buy, the more you could save. Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit WindowNation.com for your free consultation today.
1-877-CARS for kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
If you've been injured in an auto accident, Dr. Joseph Ramos is both a doctor and a lawyer, combining legal and medical expertise. He can help. Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. RamosLaw.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Harry Douglas here. I don't wait for birthdays to celebrate. I grab Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy. It tastes like rich vanilla birthday cake with buttery funfetti goodness. Seriously, it's unapologetically extra in the best way. And it's sugar-free, so I get all that cake flavor without the guilt. It's tiny, portable, and ready for whenever I need a quick boost. I keep one with me because you never know when you'll need a little party energy. The Funfetti flavor is back on 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon. Crack open a Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy shot today.
Conspiracy theories.
Well, in this case, AI got it wrong.
Yeah.
So, hey, maybe Skynet's not taking over anytime soon.
Firm beliefs.
I'm very easily swayed. If you keep talking, I might be at 70 here in about 30 seconds.
And a few sucker punches. It was the complete motivator for me, the failure thing.
Mark, when did that stop? Not letting your teammates down after you finish playing? Because it seems like you let us down a lot.
Oh, man. It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
If you take yourself back to draft night last offseason, I don't think many of us can admit with a straight face that we saw Jahdae Barron being the pick for the Denver Broncos at 20th overall. Richie Carney sitting in for Mike Evans alongside Mark Schlereth and Brandon Stokley. And fellas, am I fair in saying that you two, like I certainly didn't, were not on the radar of Jahdae Barron is going to be the crystal that they're not going to step over with needs like a running back and tight end and inside linebacker and all the other players that we had kind of projected. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think it's fair. Again, when you put yourself in a position to draft the best player available as opposed to players of need, and that's where they think they are. There's players that we need, but man, we're not going to step over somebody that we think is an incredible football player, regardless of the position they plays.
No, yeah, I think that's spot on. I mean, I didn't see them drafting a defensive back, so not at that position. We were talking about running back, Amari and Hampton, tight end possibly, and both those guys were gone. So, but DB was not high on the list of people positions that I thought they would go that early in the first round.
We were out at the sports book on draft night to a fully packed house. We were broadcasting live there over the course of the entire draft and several hours leading up to it. And I vividly remember when the pick came through on the television, everyone's recording the TVs all around the bar. They're all excited. And when that name came across the board, half the people were kind of just stunned. And the other half were like, wait, what? Who is that? Jahdae Barron out of Texas. Now, Jahdae Barron's a good football player, right? And I think that his presence and how little he played in 2025 with the tender that's been placed on Jaquan McMillan, the likelihood that that cornerback room is going to stay intact is going to make for some interesting conversations this offseason about Riley Moss and Barron and how everybody kind of fits into that room. Well, Mel Kiper Jr., as he does every year around this time of year, put out one of his early mock draft projections for the first round of the NFL draft. And fellas, I got to be honest, this one feels like even more of a sharp turn of the wheel than what we got last year. With the 30th overall pick in the 2026 NFL draft, Mel Kiper projects the Broncos taking Emmanuel McNeil Warren, a safety out of Toledo. Here's his explanation before I get your guys' thoughts. Quote, the Broncos have two solid safeties in Talanoa Hufanga and Brandon Jones. So this pick might not reap immediate rewards, but neither did the Jahdae Barron pick last April. Denver is planning ahead in the secondary and building something there as Coach Sean Payton focuses on keeping the defense strong. McNeil Warren is a bit of a sleeper right now, but I think he could have been a top 15 pick if he'd played for a Power 4 team. His performance against Kentucky at the beginning of the season got my attention, blah, 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 blah. 11 tackles and a fumble recovery in that game and has 5 interceptions and 12 forced fumbles over the course of his 4-year career. Brandon Stokley, if draft night, April 23rd, 2026, rolls around and the Denver Broncos at 30th overall pick a safety out of Toledo, your reaction will be?
Meh. I mean, like last year, same thing. Like, wait, what? Huh? Safety? It's not sexy, right? I mean, I want this tight end. I want this, whatever, a wide receiver, safety. We're talking about a safety. It just, you don't see an immediate path for him to start right away. Now, could he take the spot of Brandon Jones? Sure, I guess, but so I wouldn't be excited about it, like I wasn't excited about Barron, right? Because I'm looking at other positions of need, but at the same time, I want them to make the right decision, the right pick, not for me to be happy and excited about it because it's a big name or it's a position that I want them to draft, but it's the right player, and this player is going to be around hopefully 5 to 10 years. That's what's most important here. And so I wouldn't be in love with it, but at the same time, I take a step back, deep breath, and say, all right, hopefully this guy will be here for the next 6, 7, 8 years and be an impact player.
That's good. Calming your chi, kind of centering things, looking at it objectively. Mark, as somebody who just endorsed and advocated for the best player available draft strategy, where would your head be at if the board fell the way that it did here in Mel Kiper's draft and Emmanuel McNeil Warren, the safety out of Toledo, is now a Denver Bronco?
Yeah, I mean, I keep looking at positions of need. I look at the tight end position. I look at that, and that feels like where you need to go. But again, like with these college guys, I'll be honest, I just don't study them as much as obviously the organizations do. And one thing I think you have to understand is that big in-the-box safety. Look at Nick, the kid from Seattle, Emanwari.
Yeah.
That dude changed their defense. The way that dude played, he's 6'3", he's 220. This kid's 6'3", he's about 202. So, could you pack some weight on him? He can run. Can he be that nickel guy or that dime guy that plays linebacker for you? And that was a big part of what made Seattle so damn good in their defensive kind of their schematically their defensive scheme. So again, I'm with Stoke. I have to be like, I'd live with it, but I keep looking at the things that we need. We need to address the offense. We need to address the tight end. We need a better run game. Those are the things we definitely need. But I guess I would understand it. The other thing I would always look at with a draft, Stoke, is after the first 15, 17 picks, and, I've talked to just a bunch of general managers and stuff, after pick 15 or 17, they're all basically second-rounders. So if you're drafting 30, and you have a second, you're really drafting a couple of second-rounders. So that's another kind of issue that you start thinking about.
Yeah, but, there's good players there, and you got to find one, And I think sometimes in those positions, good players fall to you because teams start reaching. And who do they usually reach on? They reach on quarterbacks. And so you see good players all of a sudden kind of fall through the cracks. And so certainly when you look at the safety position, usually you don't see a lot of safeties drafted very high. This year, one guy probably will be taken in the top 5 from Ohio State downs. But overall, it's almost like you could put safety and guard and running, but you can still you could find a really good player there. Might not be a sexy pick, but heck, I mean, if you see a running back that you think could be that falls down because he plays a running back position or guard or safety, just pick the right guy. That's where I'm at now. Just pick the right guy, pick the right player. So we can continue to build this football team and this roster.
Right. I think one of the other things, just real quick on a side note, and I can't remember who told me this, but it was years ago, an evaluator.
Joe Gibbs.
No, it was an evaluator, some GM or whatever. But it went back to when you study a roster, the aggressiveness and how good they are on special teams is an indicator to what kind of depth that roster has. And you look at Seattle with their return game, with their coverage game. They dominated teams in coverage. They dominated teams on special teams, and they ended up winning a world championship partly because of how deep their roster is. That's another aspect that you get into, and I know that's not sexy for people. I know it's like, hey, man, this kid is going to develop into a really good player for us. He's going to be a really good dime player for us, and he's going to play, 22 snaps a game or 18 snaps a game, but he's really going to be effective on special teams for us. And nobody wants, no fan wants to hear that.
No, not in the first round.
Right.
First rounders are supposed to be starters.
Yeah.
I'm not looking for him to play special teams.
First rounders are supposed to be starters.
Right.
Who is this GM you were talking to? He's probably out of the league now.
No.
Back like in the 70s or 80s we were talking to this guy. I mean, what are we doing, Mark?
I think it was.
We're talking about first rounders.
When they had 14 rounds in the draft.
Yes.
You could throw darts at.
No, I'm talking about depth on your when you're really good. When you're
keep talking.
When you're a really good football team, that kind of depth is important, and that situational player can be a really effective player for you.
Well, I'm not looking for my first rounder to play special teams. I'm looking for him to be a Pro Bowler, and Pro Bowlers don't play special teams.
Not at number 30?
Yes.
Come on.
I think the Broncos are a really good football team, but I also think they have really important holes and needs to fill. And I'll just be honest, all due respect, George Payton and Sean Payton have forgotten more about football than I could learn in 2 or 3 lifetimes, and I'll fully acknowledge that. But I'll just flat out and say it. Even if it puts me in that fan category that you were just alluding to, drafting a safety 30 overall would piss me off this offseason. It would be like staring in the face for 2 years in a row at glaring needs that you failed to address at 3 pretty significant positions with running back, tight end, and inside linebacker, because we're looking for the exact same things this time around. That pissed me off a little bit.
You addressed them, but they just didn't work out.
Right. And then
the linebacker was hurt. The tight end just didn't, even though he had 50 catches, most of them underneath, really didn't push the envelope and get down the football field. And so, the
running back that they drafted, he had a good year.
Had a really good year, but he got injured.
For a rookie. No, I'm talking about for a rookie.
But I'm saying
are we talking about free agency or are we talking about the draft? I'm talking about Harvey in the running back position.
Yeah, I'm just saying we're addressing that as one of the primary positions of need again this offseason.
Yeah.
So even if it was a fix and it looked like it was going to be for 10 weeks or so with a healthy J.K. Dobbins, it kind of fell apart post-injury, and R.J. Harvey having 12 scrimmage touchdowns is nothing to scoff at by any means. But again, we're already having the conversations of we need a Batman in that running back room, and R.J. Harvey's not it. He's more of a Robin. And that's okay as long as you've got someone to put on the cape and be Batman. The added context of what would frustrate me about this Mel Kiper projection is that by taking Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, the safety out of Toledo, they would be taking the 3rd safety off the board in the first round, even in what would be supposedly a best player available draft. Mel Kiper has Caleb Downs out of Ohio State, who you mentioned, Stoke, going 2nd overall to the Jets. Dylan Thieneman the safety out of Oregon going 18th to the Minnesota Vikings, and then all the way down to the Broncos taking McNeil Warren at 30. Now, Jadarian Price, one half of the Notre Dame backfield that's going to feature 2 first-round running backs more than likely, goes 28th overall to the Houston Texans. So if you gave me the scenario that said, hey, can the Broncos move up 2 picks and take a running back and do what they didn't do last offseason when they left Omarion Hampton on the board to take Jahdae Barron, or sit at 30 and not step over another Crystal? Give me the blender in this situation because of what we feel like we're going to need after what we tried last year, Stoke.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know. I hadn't watched much of that running back from Notre Dame. He's the backup there to Love, but he, I mean, they alternated and they rotated a lot, and apparently they're a great 1-2 punch.
Look at Quinshon Judkins and Travion Henderson, right?
Yeah, exactly. And so, hey, I'm open to it. If they really like him and they think he could be an impact player, then make the move. If not, stay there and take you'll be able to get a really good player at 30. But if you see a guy, whether it be a tight end, whether it be a running back, or inside linebacker, position of need,
core 4 special teamer,
and you have to move 3 or 4 spots to go get that guy.
4 special teamer. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, if you see that guy out there, and you think he could be a great gunner for you, then move up and get that guy. Mark Schlereth special.
If George Payton sits in front of a microphone after the first round of the draft and goes, we just feel like we nailed the personal protector position. I'm going to lose it.
Man, we got that locked down for the next decade.
Well, from your lips to God's ears, I hope that happens just so you can be so pissed off.
Oh, my God. All right.
No, but if you see that guy there, move up and go get him. I don't mind that. Whether running back,
especially
inside
if it's 2
linebacker,
picks, right?
2, 3. You got what, 9 picks this year?
Yeah.
So
Kenyon Sadiq in this draft went 23rd overall, I believe. If you're saying, hey, it's too much to move up 7, 8 spots,
I'd even go so far as say if you could move up 4 or 5 spots.
Oh, look at that on a Monday.
Yeah.
Just coming off of your like Disney vacation, doing a lot of walking. Stay hydrated down there. You got your Tampa Bay sweatshirt on.
Yeah, Tampa.
Nothing makes you want to smear one of your fellow coworkers like a trip to the most magical place on earth. Disney.
Right.
I love it. The Zach By Sensitivity Smear campaign rolls on. Let's get to 4 down territory.
Welcome to 4 Down Territory, where Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth keep you up to date on the latest buzz from around the Denver sports scene and beyond. Kicking it off with First Down.
Another report from the local media out of Combine Week, guys. Von Miller spent a good chunk of the week in Indianapolis at the Combine, learning more about, quote, becoming a future general manager, according to multiple sources. Quote, Vaughn has long wanted to be a GM after his playing days, and now he's putting in work to gain potential experience. Vaughn is certainly a character here in the local media. He's a Broncos legend, Super Bowl 50 MVP. He's also birthed to maybe one of the most famous drops in the history of this radio station, some other guy.
Where is that drop?
We got to find it. Brandon Stokley and some other guys.
Yes, we definitely have to. I mean, that will go good with the smear campaign.
Yeah.
Just to drop that in there maybe at the end.
I like it. The smear campaign adding layers as we get to day 387.
We got to freshen it up, keeping it fresh and exciting, and so we got to continue to add to it.
We got to ratchet it up until Zach says relent, right?
Until he taps out?
Yeah, until Zach
I like
taps
that.
out.
Keep the pressure on.
Yeah. Right. Just keep on rationing it up.
Guys, are we
and some other guy on there.
Bingo. AI tie. Well, good luck to Von Miller, and who knows, maybe in the next 5 years or so, we will see GM Von, not DJ Von the Don, but GM Von the whatever, coming up to one NFL team.
Second down.
Better deal for you, gentlemen. I got 2 baseball-related propositions for you that are both taking place with real NFL teams. And MLB teams, excuse me. The St. Louis Cardinals have a deal with ticket packages starting at $29 that includes unlimited concessions. Bottomless sodas, hot dogs, chicken tenders, brats, nachos, fries, popcorn, peanuts, chips, and ice cream. Pretty good deal, but is it a better deal than what our Colorado Rockies have going, which is for the pretty price of $199, you can go to every home game. You can just have unlimited Rockies home game access for $200.
Wow.
Now, if you think about it, you can get into several Rockies games day of for like $8. So the math might actually check out on a profit there. But which proposition sounds more exciting to you? Being able to go to a baseball game and eat as much as you want for about $30, or being able to go to every home baseball game for the Rockies, but you got to pay for your food and drinks.
So wait, this is the Cardinals. This is $30 for one game.
It says starting at $29. Yeah, ticket packages. So I would assume that's $29 per game.
Right.
And you get to eat as much garbage as you want.
Yeah,
Right.
doesn't include beer, but basically everything else.
Right.
Delicious.
That would be fun.
Yeah,
I don't
especially
know.
if
It
you
would
were doing
just be
a hot dog an inning or something. You know, if you had some
The 999 challenge?
Yeah, like
yeah,
diabetes.
Diabetes.
Yeah.
Oh no.
No, hot dog. You can
No,
house those.
Not an inning.
Yeah,
an inning.
Yeah, I did that once.
No, you didn't.
Yeah,
Wait.
Nine.
When?
Whoa.
When I was
We're gonna make up a big board of Mark
I was
Schlereth
gonna
BS
say-
and nonsense.
No. Me, myself and former quarterback.
I knew there was going to be a name drop here.
No. We went to.
I knew it.
When I was playing, like
You
my
and Joe
first year. No,
not
when
Joe
I was
Gibbs.
playing my
Oh,
first year, Billy
damn.
Musgrave. We went to a game
Billy
together.
Moose?
Billy Moose, and I tried a hot dog an inning.
With a beer?
No, not with a beer, just a hot dog.
Oh, just a hot dog.
Yeah, just a hot dog.
So you
No
did,
beer.
Did you
were
accomplish
fat, but
it?
sober.
Oh yeah, I was
That was
290.
nothing.
That
Oh,
was
that
like,
was easy.
well,
Could you do it now? Because you're like Mr. In Shape. I'm fasting, and I haven't eaten in 2 weeks, and just
I know I could
berries and water and coffee.
I could house a hot dog or two, but I couldn't eat 9. I think I would get.
It's the tempo.
Yeah.
It's the pace that really gets you there. It's one thing I can eat a few hot dogs at a ballpark.
it's
with the pitch clock.
That's the thing.
Yep.
I was going to say. Now
Yeah.
the pace is picked up
Yeah.
so much from when you
But
did
it's just
it.
it's just an inning. It's not every half inning. It's
No,
an inning.
I know,
Yeah,
but still,
the
the
innings,
pace is
you're
picked
begging
up.
for foul tips at a certain point just to extend some
Yeah,
at
toward
bats.
the end. Now, if you're trying to with a hot dog and a beer, then you're in. Then that would be trouble.
Yeah,
That'd be big
Drunk
time
and
trouble.
stupid is no way to go through life.
But so wait, I want to finish this thing here. What would I rather? $200 to go to any Rockies game. I think I would just rather do the Cardinals. I don't want to go to every Rockies game.
That's what I was going to say. The
punishment.
product. You got to
That's
factor the product
punishment,
in here.
Right.
Yeah, but there'd be some good teams. You may who
That's
comes
true.
into town. The Bo Sox come into town.
But then
or
I'd
the
just rather
Dodgers.
pay for an individual ticket. Pay
Yeah.
for my 2 tickets, right? And if it gets the $200 that I spend on tickets, then okay,
Right.
it is what it is. But I don't want to be sitting there looking, okay, oh yeah, on this Wednesday night when it's going to be 40 degrees outside, I'm going to go watch, the Rockies play, Tampa Bay or something like no
The Padres.
Oh.
Yeah, I get you.
As the RamosLaw.com text line puts it in overwhelming fashion, food package no-brainer. The Rockies suck.
Third down.
All right, I got an interesting one here coming out of college hockey. One of the wildest overtime moments you'll ever see. It was UConn versus UMass in Boston. So UMass is the home team. They're in a tied game, 3-3, coming down to the wire with 2 minutes left in overtime. UConn, the away team, steals the puck on a breakaway and has a perfect runway shot for a game-winning goal until the lights go out in the stadium. And it wasn't just like a power outage. It wasn't like shades of Super Bowl 47, right? Raiders-Niners, where the whole thing just shut down. UMass was on a breakaway shot of their own, and it got...
No, really, but it definitely wasn't the Raiders.
I said Ravens.
Oh, you said Ravens.
Ravens. Yeah. No, really. It was
Okay.
Ravens 49ers.
Yeah.
When the lights went out, I think it was 2013, right? That was the Super Bowl the Broncos should have been in had they not had the Raheem Moore.
No, trust me, I know. I
He
was
was
there.
yeah, he was there.
So what happened? So what happened with the lights?
The lights go out, and not only do they lose their breakaway opportunity, it gets called for a delay of game, and then UMass wins the game right after.
What do you mean it gets called for delay a game? What got called for delay a game? I mean,
The refs blew the play dead
Right.
and essentially called it dead, and then UMass got possession immediately after off a face-off.
so you go to a face-off then.
He had a breakaway down the boards, and it was going to be one-on-one. Can the goalie stop it? And it complete pitch
People are
black.
calling X-Files conspiracy theory. People are calling conspiracy that there was some home cooking and that the stadium operator, lights operator, scoreboard operator potentially stepped in to prevent what would have been a game-losing goal for the home team.
Same guy that operates the stadium like that, is that the same guy that used to own the Baltimore Orioles when the lights went off in Baltimore and saved Ripken from
his streak?
Yeah.
He was going to be late to the game?
Yeah.
Let's malfunction the lights.
Yeah.
No, this is crazy,
because
though.
if you watch it, though, it's not just a power outage. It's like the lights go red at first, and it almost flickers like what you would see in a game-winning scenario, right? Like the goal for UMass, if it had gone in and not stopped for a breakaway, it would have been like celebratory black and red lights and all that stuff. And my gut says more than conspiracy, somebody got a little trigger happy and they thought the goal might have gone in and they were just trying to carry on their duty. But there's conspiracy theories in college hockey.
Why can't you just say, okay, well, we're going to give this guy a breakaway again? I mean, that's
that's
you
what
can't
I
just
thought.
blow it dead.
Right.
And just say, nope, now we're going to face-off.
Face-off, you're right.
You can't do that.
Yeah, that's
crazy.
Feels like
what do you do then, though?
Well, it would.
You let him play in the dark?
It would be like, a guy's going to score a touchdown and someone comes off the bench and trips the guy.
Yeah.
Right. Guess what? They're going to give him a touchdown.
Didn't that happen in college football where there was a touchdown being thrown and the lights went out and they couldn't tell if the lights were on and he had it in his hand, but they couldn't tell? I think there was something. I'll have to look it up in college hockey. All right, we'll punt here on third down as we shift gears. Coming up next, the Nuggets had a tough weekend of basketball, losing to both the Thunder and the Timberwolves in a span of 2.5 days, and it may be time to accept some potentially ugly truths about this Nuggets team. We'll go there coming up next.
Is Jets running back Breece Hall the perfect addition to the Broncos backfield?
This is the type of back that the Broncos need. You talk about a difference maker. He's a 3-down back, so he can play first down, second down, third down. Doesn't have to come off the football field, but I think this guy could be a real difference maker.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, you live with back pain, neck pain, worried about needing surgery, taking all those habit-forming medications? Well, my guys at Spine One specialize in treatments that offer alternatives to major surgery and long-term medication. And the best news is you can do what I did. Start your journey toward pain-free today. That's right. They're a phone call away. Same-day appointments, 303-367-2225, 303-367-BACK. Spine One is a complete medical center for spine care. They've got exams, MRIs, physical therapy, treatment options, all in one facility. And their board-certified physician is going to give you treatment options for both nagging and debilitating pain after explaining exactly why you're in pain, guys. I'm telling you what, they changed my life. I couldn't play golf anymore. I couldn't sleep through the night. I had quit going to the gym. A couple of short visits to my guys at Spine One. I was back doing all those things once again. Completely changed my life. Guys, they can do it for you as well. Don't live that way any longer. Don't live letting your pain dictate to you. Find the solution at Spine One, 303-367-2225, 303-367-BACK, or find them online at spineone.com.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
you and your partner. But erectile dysfunction ruins sex, which can often have serious impacts on your relationship as well. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if ED is a problem in your life, you understand the impacts it has on you and the one you love. But I'm here to tell you that ED is a treatable condition, and almost without exception, you can have really good sex again. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're experts in treating ED. We've treated tens of thousands of men with protocols that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most guys, good sex will be the norm. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a level of intimacy for you and your partner that might just astound you both. It's time to have really good sex again. So call us. Just $99 gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
1877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your card can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your card today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Powered by Able Builders, it's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth. Relentless mind games.
Are you trying to get me to know really right now?
Total accountability.
You're always throwing your teammates under the bus. That's just what you do.
And a sprinkle of advanced analytics.
The boo rating, BOO, which is balls over opponent.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
Rolling along on a Monday morning. Good morning to all of you 8 a.m. texters. Appreciate you joining us here. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth. Richie Carney sitting in for Mike Evans.
Fellas, after the weekend that was for the Denver Nuggets, I was left feeling on Sunday afternoon after the matinee loss to the Timberwolves like it might be time to acknowledge some hard truths about this Nuggets team. And you guys have the opportunity to play Captain Sunshine maybe and tell me why I'm wrong. Or, you know, maybe we can all come together and figure out some potential solutions about how to move forward. Hard truth number one. Guys, I think it's fair for people to speculate that the Nuggets may have lost the Michael Porter Jr. Cam Johnson trade. And that's tricky because there's 2 different ways to look at it. If you're just talking about on-court performance, I think it's pretty clear. Cam Johnson has been a disappointment in the starting lineup for the Nuggets this year. It took him a while to get off the ground. Then injuries kind of derailed some things, and now he's still struggling to find his footing and dealing with yet another ankle injury, which is starting to sound familiar to how we talked about Michael Porter Jr. early in his Nuggets career. But that Nuggets move, shipping out MPJ, bringing in Cam Johnson, and offloading a significant amount of salary, opened up the door to bring in Jonas Valanciunas and Tim Hardaway, and then they add Bruce Brown coming back as well. Stokley, given what you've seen from Cam Johnson, regardless to a certain degree of what Michael Porter Jr. has done on a bad team in Brooklyn, is it fair for people like me and others to start to say, hey, you know what, they might have taken an L here, despite what it allowed them to do flexibility-wise?
Yeah, I mean, I could definitely understand it. I'm still good with the move. I know who Michael Porter Jr. was. And it was just getting to the point with his salary that it was time to move on. But Cam Johnson has been a big disappointment. Hey, we thought we got Brooklyn.
Yeah.
We got him. And they were probably saying the same thing. So I don't know if he needs a new role. You know, I look at it and say, okay, when Payton Watson gets healthy, do we put Cam Johnson on the bench and have him come off the bench? Because the way Payton Watson was playing, he's got to start.
Yeah.
And if Cam Johnson keeps doing that, I mean, he had 0. He had a bagel. He had no points.
23 minutes.
Right. I mean, come on. But so It just doesn't look like he fits well with the group. Obviously, a group that's played together for a long time, and then all of a sudden a new person comes in, and he just doesn't fit with them. So maybe him coming off the bench, he'll play better with those guys. But no, right now you look at the trade and say, I mean, Cam Johnson's been a big disappointment. I like the other things that they were able to do. So I'm still good with the trade. I wouldn't, not do the trade now, even though Cam Johnson hasn't, delivered like we had hoped he would.
Yeah, I was so down on Michael Porter Jr., and I have been for quite some time.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think, I think he's the least athletic guy I've ever watched play. And it's all the dirty stuff. It's all the non-box score stuff. It is all those things that drive me crazy. And, when he's on shooting, man, it's pure and it's beautiful. But when he's not, it just isn't. But I'm with Stoke. Like, Payton Watson has earned an opportunity when he comes back, and if he's 100% healthy, he's earned an opportunity to be a starter. He's earned an opportunity, and you learn that. You learn that. You probably wouldn't have learned that had you not made this trade. Cam Johnson's been a disappointment, but he's also had the injuries and everything else. So at least somebody's developed, and we're still waiting to get Gordon and Watson back full time. And I think when you do and you figure out that you're getting short on time, but when you figure out that rotation, I think you've got a potential to be really, really, really pleasantly surprised.
The Payton Watson wrinkle is interesting because you're right. He has kind of come into his own in large part because the injuries that the Nuggets have sustained basically from the word go this season have forced a lot of players, Spencer Jones primarily, into action that we didn't expect them to see right away. And Payton Watson has taken as much advantage of that as anybody. And I think what concerns me most about the Cam Johnson situation, it's not that he's giving you 11 points a game or that he's taken a bagel in a division rivalry game against a playoff quality Western Conference team and a team, frankly, that you've already beaten 3 times this season. So the familiarity and the formula on how to win that game was there, and yet they basically relinquished the lead in the second quarter and never were able to get it back within striking distance. The thing that concerns me the most is less about the on-court production that just isn't there. One, it's the nagging injury factor, and you've got Cam Johnson talking after the game. Obviously, he's trying not to make excuses, but saying that his body's not right, his ankle's bothering him, he's considering putting orthotics in, and all of that to try to get himself right. But for me, Stoke, it's the mental thing. You can see in his body language that he is not a confident starting NBA basketball player right now. He's hanging his head after every miss. He's slunking back. He does make effort on the defensive end of the court here and there that shows up in moments, even if it doesn't help translate directly to wins. But his crunch time shooting is abysmal. He is at a point, in my opinion, where David Adelman cannot, in good conscience, keep him out there in gotta-have-it critical scoring situations to close quarters, halves, or games because he's just not showing it, and I don't see a confident player that makes me think he's on the verge of a turnaround.
Yeah, that's why I'm suggesting having him come off the bench.
Yeah, I like that.
And, maybe that sparks him. Take a step back, not be in the spotlight because it becomes a difficult thing. When you're in a slump, and, you can't hide out there. So I think maybe, hopefully, if he just takes more of a reserved role here and takes a step back and takes some of that pressure off of him, maybe that will help him gain his confidence back. But right now, it hasn't been good. Here's the other good thing about the Cam Johnson trade, just to throw this in there. He's only got 1 year left on his deal after this year. That's it. And then, so that's what they call, Mark, in the NBA, an expiring contract.
Okay.
So,
right.
Yeah. So,
because it's going to expire.
Yes.
Essentially, all contracts are expiring contracts because eventually they're done.
No, they only call it that when there's 1 year left.
Okay.
So he's on an expiring contract going into this, after this season, which makes it very attractive.
And you acknowledge that it's expiring before it expires, unlike your green chili debacle where you just hand out all the expired, bad goods.
Yeah, well, we have There's a shelf life. It's highly technical.
It's the FDA
It's not really.
stuff.
It's
Don't
not
blame
really.
us. Blame-
It's protocol.
Yeah, blame Costco for shifting the aisles around and making it harder for people to find.
Just trust me. It's even if I give it to you with an expired date,
It's still good. It's still got. Yeah, that shelf life of that green chili is.
Yes, that thing is
science. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
It's atomic.
You did. I'm talking about the expiring contract here. So he'll be a very attractive trade candidate.
Right.
Or you
next
could just,
off season.
Yeah. Or you could just keep him and then. Hopefully the next year he plays better, and then his contract is done, and that frees up a ton of money.
Have you ever had a moment throughout your career where you just were playing with a lack of confidence?
Yes.
Where you just see me too.
Yes.
And it's miserable.
That's why I feel bad for him.
Yeah.
Like the football was coming at me, and it was like it was a, curveball.
Yeah.
And I'm like trying to catch a knuckleball, like a Tim Wakefield knuckleball.
Right.
And it's like, it's just one of those things, and the only way to do it, the only way to break out of this slump, and for me was work, catching balls.
Yeah.
Like just keep catching balls and try to get that confidence back up. I mean, it doesn't happen, for a guy like Cam Johnson is, all right, hey, stay in the gym, keep shooting.
Mm-hmm.
And then, hopefully you can get that confidence back.
But if it hasn't happened up to this point, guys, stay in the gym, keep shooting. I mean, we're deep into the NBA season.
It's hard to regain the confidence when you feel like garbage, like when your foot hurts or your ankles bothering you, and you talked about orthotics and this, that, and the other. Now you're searching. Now you're looking for any little I hate to call it a gimmick, but any little thing that will make you feel better so you don't have to think about it. So when you start thinking about, oh man, my body, I can't do this, I can't do that, that bothers me, this hurts, then it affects everything else. It's like the kinetic chain from the ground up just is off.
Well, so here's another suggestion then. So if you're banged up, hey, Adelman, Nuggets staff, your trainers. I mean, maybe it's time to take a step back, give him a little break. Give him a little break, especially when Peyton Watson and Aaron Gordon come back. I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing that. You take a week and just say, all right, let's just heal up here. We want you to feel good because you're right, Mark. If you're not feeling good, if you have a nagging something going on while you're struggling shooting the basketball, that's miserable.
Right, and it's not going to get better if the thing is, whatever it is, ankle, hamstring, whatever is bothering you, it's not like all of a sudden I'm going to start shooting better because that thing is always in the back of your mind.
So, and the other thing here is you can't put the time in to get better because you need to be in the training room trying to get healthy.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? So you're not out. You can't grind like you would like to grind to get your shot feeling good again because you're banged up. And so you need to get treatment. You need to, do the things necessary for your body to feel better. So that's a tricky situation for a guy like Cam. And, by the way, you're a part of a new team and a new organization that you're just still trying to get familiar with. So it's a tough deal.
The depth being tested the way that it has been for the Nuggets has definitely, in my opinion, factored into the prolonged nature of this Cam Johnson slump. I think that obviously there was going to be an adjustment period for a guy coming over from Brooklyn, entering into a system and an offense that's centered around Nikola Jokic, which is unlike most other teams in the NBA, the way that they run things through their point center and his passing ability and the way that they kind of all orbit around him. There was going to be an adjustment period for that, and then it's just felt like he's never been able to adjust out of that period. Then you factor in the injuries, the fact that, to your guys' point, he doesn't have the luxury maybe of settling down and getting his head right because he's constantly forced into action and needed action at that point because they just have not enough shooters, healthy shooters available on the court. I can't personally relate to mental struggles like that in an athletic sense because, like the person who normally sits in this chair, I had the most overly confident, non-existent athletic career that you could have. So,
I like this. You snuck in the shot at you're doing like, hey, I wasn't know that guy, but you snuck in a shot at Mike Evans.
Well, he's the JV,
Evans
right?
taking a stray.
Yeah.
But you didn't have to take a shot at Evans. You could have just had some fun with yourself.
Yeah.
But that was unnecessary. But I loved it. I thought it was great.
It's just a little, you slide it in.
A little jab, a little quick jab.
Yeah.
Well, but Mike has got this almost unhealthy, delusional, opinion of his own athleticism. Like
Mikey don't
told,
like.
He told. I mean, Stokely
That
played
wasn't
college,
a sneaky shot.
Right.
That was just a
No,
haymaker.
but it's just straight, like he told
Unhealthy
Stokely
delusion.
Right. He told
No,
Stokely, who
moron.
played college basketball. Oh, and then he was talking to both Stokely and I. Oh yeah, I beat you guys in horse. Like, are you like? It just is.
I've seen
He's an idiot and a fool.
more you, Mark, than Stoke. But given what I've seen in the limited action on the Papa shot out there, I would not stake my money behind Mike Evans' horse in a literal game of horse.
Right. I just like he talks about his his softball swing. He talks about his skiing exploits. He's like he is delusional.
Yes. The other thing, since we're going down this road, let's just continue. Yeah. He kind of pissed me off, and so I'm going to take a stand moving forward.
This is good. This is therapeutic.
First of all, he didn't tell me he wasn't even working today. We had a show Friday together, right?
He's skiing, by the way. I just found that out.
He's skiing.
Yeah, he's at Crested Butte skiing.
Yeah,
right now.
I knew he was going up to Crested Butte, but he didn't say he was taking
Monday
off.
No, he did not.
So
can't ski on Saturday and Sunday.
Right. So I'm like, all right, well, you didn't tell me you weren't working on Monday. And then I text him. I was like, hey, are you working? Because I saw Zach yesterday. And Zach said, yeah, a bunch of people are going to be out tomorrow or something. And I was like, well, I think my show's intact because Mike would have told me.
Yeah.
So I text him. Yesterday. 2 or 3 different times, no response.
You look like a tool.
Yeah.
Yeah, no response at all. So when he texts me from now on moving forward, when he texts me
You're just not
and ask like, hey, who are you doing today? What are you doing for Telestrator Tuesday? Who are you doing for your free agent? I'm not responding to him, Mark.
See, it's a good.
I'm not doing
it's
it.
bothered me.
You got to teach your kids a lesson.
Right. It's bothered me for 10 years. Like, I will text him, and he will leave his phone, like, in his bag or a different jacket or whatever, and he doesn't pay, like, days without looking at his phone. And then, but when he wants something from you, he will text you, and like, it's like, who are you doing? Hey, get back to me. I didn't hear from you.
He just sends you the question
right,
marks.
Yeah, right, exactly. Like, it's 10 minutes later. Yeah.
Because I need to know.
Yeah, because I need to know. Meanwhile, his phone is in a bag for 3 days and doesn't get back to Stokley.
And here's the other thing, okay? Here's the other thing.
Give it to me.
You got
let's just unleash. Let's dump.
So we're going down this road, and so you have a highly anticipated podcast that people wait for, right? That people wait for every Monday for it to be dropped, right?
Yeah.
And you're in the work of a big deal, like a mega deal merger,
Huge.
and where you're gonna have big sponsors and stuff, and you're gonna get this thing sold and try to help Evans out a little bit.
Right.
But then all of a sudden, today's the day.
Today's the biggest day. Monday is the biggest podcasting day when you're dropping a podcast. So it gives us our biggest numbers.
And did you? So you're here. You're ready to go.
Yeah.
Did you know that he wasn't going to be here today?
Did not have any idea. So now all of a sudden, got to push the podcast back tomorrow, and that's going to cost us numbers.
You know what? Too, gosh, I wish it was snowing, because if it was snowing,
right,
you and I would do it.
Ooh.
Yeah.
You and I would do it, just
Right
to
to the
shove it
heart.
in his face, and then and then people obviously would love it and be like, "Oh my
Right.
gosh, it's so much better, Mark, with with your who's your new partner?
Yeah.
So much better with
Look
that guy.
Look at the views.
Than the other host that you had that no one knew.
Right.
But I got to play golf. Sorry.
Yeah, too bad it's not snowing.
Right.
If it was snowing, you know what I'd do? I'd go over to Mike's house and take back my snowblower.
That's good.
Gently used to non-existent in Mike Evans' garage.
All right, I mean, that was fun. 10 minutes of rip on Evans there. All right.
Yeah. I do feel it was cathartic.
Does
You're right.
ever feel a little looser? You know,
Yeah,
it just feels like,
feels
hey,
good.
ready to attack the day. All right. Well, I fear there may be another hard truth. We just discussed whether or not the Nuggets maybe lost the Cam Johnson trade this past offseason. And I acknowledge that what they were able to do financially, opening that up, I think, to your point, Stoke, reaps benefits. But when you're just talking about that player's impact, what we got compared to what we thought we were going to get, I think there's at least a conversation to be had. Another hard truth that I fear we may look back on a year, 2 years, 3 years, whatever it is from now, I'm starting to fear that the Nuggets may regret trusting the remainder of their title window to David Adelman. This was a conversation that we had, obviously, post Michael Malone and Calvin Booth firing. It was the latest, tied for, I believe, the latest head coach firing in NBA history, dismissing both guys at the same time. And I'll say this, something had to be done. You had to move on from at least one of them, and it probably makes sense if you're going to move on from one to move on from both and just really reestablish this thing from a cultural standpoint in areas that it had clearly gone downhill. But I think there's fair evidence to point to that maybe David Adelman wasn't the best choice given some of the in-game management struggles that we've seen, the fact that they went from under Michael Malone, even during his final season, the best, if not one of the best clutch teams in the NBA, the way that they operated with 5 minutes in halves and or games. They were unstoppable. If it was a tie game, you kind of just chalked it up in a Nuggets win column. Now it's exactly the opposite. They are one of the worst in the NBA in that regard. And they just seem to have lost an identity. They're not the run-and-gun fast-break team that they used to be. They're more of a slow-it-down, half-court style of play. And defensively, they're just as much, if not more, of a sieve than they were when we were complaining about it with Michael Malone. Stoke, where are you at with David Adelman as the one holding the reins to this title contender?
Yeah, I was thinking about that earlier. It's like, turning over, your Ferrari. You got a Ferrari, and we got a Ferrari, and we're going to give it to our 16-year-old that just started driving.
Yeah.
Hey, wait, what?
Too much car.
Right, the Ferrari.
Too much car.
Yeah, the Ferrari is Jokic and this basketball team, built like a Ferrari. I mean, it's to win now. And you turn it over to this guy that's never been a head coach. Now, he's been here, but he's never been a head coach. It's a different world going from backup quarterback to starter, right? It's a different world going from assistant coach to now, how do you handle the day-to-day? How do you handle the adversity? How do you handle the in-game, changes? It's the same thing for Davis Webb. It's all good when you're the quarterback coach. And it's like, hey, Bo, I wouldn't have called that play. I don't know what was Sean doing. When Bo complains to somebody, he complains to Davis Webb, and Davis Webb says, "Yeah, I know, man, I wouldn't call." But now you're the guy calling it.
You're under the gun.
So guess what? Guess who Bo Nix is going to complain to when you call him bad plays? Now he's complaining to Kilgore. All right, and now you're the bad guy when you call bad plays or don't get to play in time, right? So same thing here. I don't know, man. I'm getting really nervous, like you, Richie, that this might be just a flop of a hire. He's got to get this thing back on track.
Yeah.
You talk about state of emergency right now for this basketball team. They are slipping. They're sliding in the standings. You look up, you have another bad couple weeks, you're going to be in the play-in game.
Yep.
So wake up around here, and hopefully, he can show that he's the man for the job, because right now, if you're giving him a grade, he ain't passing.
You gave the keys to the Ferrari to a slightly goofy, balding 16-year-old.
No.
Mark.
Wow.
Right?
Wow.
No, you didn't.
So he's not just failing as a basketball coach.
Yeah. I said,
that was wrong, man.
I know.
But it was right. It was wrong, but it was right.
I was a big.
Says I'm cool.
Right. You gave it to Millhouse. I was a big Michael Malone fan, because Michael Malone don't take no guff. He's been around the league forever. Not that Adelman hasn't. His dad was a great coach as well. But listen, I really thought that the reaction last year, firing both Malone and Booth at the same time, I just thought that was an overreaction. And when you find out that behind the back of your head coach, that your GM has got a shooting coach at high school gyms working with the bench players, that is completely inappropriate, and it's behind the back. It's detrimental to the organization, and the fact that you fired both of them, I just thought was the wrong move to make.
Yeah, but I think that just shows you how bad it was.
Yeah.
I think it was just bad. So.
And Malone based on the reports that had come out, there was a lot of evidence to suggest that Malone had lost the locker room a little bit, even with the veteran players.
That's what it seemed like, right?
And so if that's the case, then a move probably had to be made. My fear that I'm starting to develop is that they just chose the wrong guy to replace. They made the right move, and they just chose the wrong successor in that regard.
Well, so here's my suggestion, my idea. I mean, so you made this move late last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's probably coming up on a year, probably here in a month or so?
Yeah,
probably. Michael Malone doesn't have a job. He's doing like TV.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go apologize. He's still living here somewhere probably. Let's go apologize and bring him back.
Bring some flowers.
Bring him back.
Yeah.
You want to shake some stuff up and say, come
take
on.
the
I
L
mean,
on the
we're
way
paying him anyway.
Right.
So it's like, hey, we're going to rehire you for the
But-
rest of the season to be our head coach, and let's go win a championship.
To take over. I will say this, in regards to losing the locker room, when there's division and a guy is working, opposite or behind your back, there is going to be some division. By firing your general manager and saying Michael Malone is in charge and we give him full reins, all of a sudden now that authority is back. I just think that was a lot. That's a scarlet letter on the organization, the way they handled, that. So anyhow, long story short, you can't worry about it now. But yeah, Adelman's got to be better.
Okay, I got a quick question. I got to throw this out there to the text line, RamosLaw.com text line. I need new slippers.
Okay.
You know I'm a slipper guy, Richie.
You are.
Right?
I told you.
Like
I want to be you.
slippers, or-
You're an indoor-outdoor slipper guy. Like you take the indoor slippers off to go out on the back patio, put the outdoor slippers on, and vice versa. I think it's the coolest thing I've ever seen.
That's OG style, right?
Yeah, 100%.
So I need some new slippers. Yeah, both. Indoor slippers, just
Mm-hmm.
indoor, right? That'll wear like when I'm cruising. I'm looking at some new ones. These Bombas, Bombas. I want to know who's. They look great. And I just saw an advertisement for them, so I went to the website. They look great, but I don't know if I'm buying duds. Like, does anybody have Bombas? Am I saying it right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, no, I think it is.
What kind of
review.
slippers do you have right now?
Uggs.
I got some Uggs.
Just slip-on Uggs.
Tried and true.
Yeah.
Tried and true.
Which I love, but I kind of want to try something different.
All right.
And they're expensive. They're expensive.
Makes you feel good. It's like you're investing in a quality product.
These are a little bit cheaper, which I like, obviously. They have some different styles. I'm kind of intrigued, Mark.
Yeah.
So I want to know if I can get a review, please.
Well, RamosLaw.com text line 303-731-1043. You have officially been charged. Brandon Stokley needs your help, and we will see what kind of advice we can give him in the next hour and a half. But coming up next, there's a player who was speculated at one point to want out of his current situation, and it's somebody that the Broncos could be interested in. But has there been a turn of the tide? That's next.
After moving on from another defensive coordinator, are rough waters ahead for Coach Prime and the Bucs.
My true feelings as of right now, this is not good for CU. I don't think it's a positive outlook for what's coming at CU. And I'm being sincere here. This is not a promotion.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here. Now, I've been around long enough to know the difference between tough talk and real quality, and that's why I trust Gravina's Window Center of Littleton. Right now, they're offering 25% off Infinity by Marvin fiberglass windows, a window that's 8 times stronger than vinyl and engineered to handle Colorado sun, the wind, the extreme temperature swings. These are windows that are built for long-term performance, not just short-term savings. Hey, you're going to receive 20% off a James Hardy siding designed to resist hail, fire, moisture, rot, even woodpeckers with 12 months, no interest payments. Guys, there's never been a better time to invest wisely in your home, so you can schedule that free consultation today with my friends at Gravina's Window Center of Littleton. Phone call away. All you have to do is call them at 303-794-0490 or visit them online at windowsforyourhome.com. Guys, get this now. Remember, 25% off Infinity by Marvin fiberglass window, 20% off a James Hardy siding with 12 months, no interest, no payments. Guys, you got to check them out. Go ahead. Call them today for that free in-home visit. 303-794-0490 or online at windowsforyourhome.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Do you have at least 1 month worth of food in your pantry? If not, you should definitely go to MyPatriotSupply.com right now. My Patriot Supply is America's #1 supplier of long-term storable food. They've helped over 3 million Americans get prepared. And for a limited time, when you order their best-selling 4-week food supply, you'll get an additional week of food absolutely free. There's no catch, but act fast because this offer ends soon. Claim your free emergency food kit now at MyPatriotSupply.com. That's MyPatriotSupply.com.
Low testosterone can be a real problem for many men. It causes poor sleep patterns, decreased energy, low sex drive, and it makes it really hard to stay in shape. And as we all know, a healthy body is very important to our overall health and well-being. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if some or all of these symptoms sound like you, we can likely help you be done with low T. We can also help you lose weight, support your metabolism, improve your gains in the gym, and more with our new targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more. Our low T protocols, applied in conjunction with our body composition plans, will help most men see real improvements, true weight loss, higher energy, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and a renewed sex drive as well. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the same day, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Candy shaming? I don't know how anybody can eat that. Black licorice? Ugh, ugh, ugh. Gross. Fact checking.
I think we have another candidate for the Mike Evans Big Board of BS.
No way. In the spirit of giving.
Mike is getting an almost new but slightly used snowblower.
Oh, is that his compensation, Mark?
No, that's just out of the goodness of my heart, Stoke.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
There have been 3 topics of conversation on today's show that drew significant reaction from the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. The first one, Mark, happened in the first segment of the show, actually, when I was educated on the difference between meteorological winter and actual winter, because I misinterpreted the words of Chris Bianchi, who was talking about us being at the end of winter over the weekend at the turn of the calendar to March, but that's meteorological winter, not actual one. And the text line was all over Puxatawny Richie to make sure that we got that corrected.
When is actual the first day of spring? Like
March 20th?
Yeah, okay.
The vernal equinox or whatever they call it.
Richie pulled a little Mike when it's like, when Mike's like, I'm 99% sure that the next Winter Olympics are in Utah, right? And it's like, wait, are you sure? So when Richie said that spring was, either yesterday or today it started, I was like, oh, well, I think that's awesome, but are you sure? Because I'm going to use that, today on the golf course. Like, fellas, we're in the spring.
Yeah.
And so make sure you're right before.
I was like, we survived the hardest winter ever.
Before I look like the dum-dum.
Yeah.
But unlike Mike Evans, who never takes accountability, as it says on the Mike Evans Big Board of BS, Lies and Other Nonsense, I immediately pulled the thumb and said, that's on me. I misinterpreted it. No finger pointing necessary there. The second most popular topic of reaction on the RamosLaw.com text line came from Brandon Stokley last segment when he suggested bringing back Michael Malone to be the head coach of the Nuggets and steer this thing back onto legitimate title contention path. And a maybe tied for second 2A, 2B
is your question that you threw out. You asked, and the RamosLaw.com text line delivered. Overwhelming support for Bombas in terms of your next slipper purchase. Bombas are legit. They came from Shark Tank. They're the bomb, no pun intended.
Oh, they really came. They really came from Shark Tank.
I think that's what multiple people have said.
Here's my question.
That's all. I am ordering it right now.
They donate a pair for every pair they sell. Also, so you're doing a good thing. You're doing a charitable thing there as well.
Oh, can they send me the free pair? See if they'll send it to them.
Do you get to choose the address?
My free pair to go to.
I want to
sponsor NFL player.
I want to sponsor my donation.
I want to make sure that he's got some comfortable house slippers. Here's my question for you, Stoke. Okay,
See, he's about to take a shot. I knew it.
No.
He's been winding up for it since I started talking.
Because we were talking. I just want to take it behind the scenes real quick, and then you go.
Yeah.
So we were talking about these Bombas or whatever, and I was talking about my slipper game at my house. I take it very seriously, right? And so we were talking about that, and then all of a sudden he got a big smile on his face. He's like, "I got something for you coming up."
Yep.
I'm like, "Wow, okay."
Well,
I'm not a smart man. I mean, I make that very apparent.
But
we all understand that.
Right.
Yes,
We make that very apparent.
You don't have to tell us
but
that. We know
you
that.
say something to me that I go, because my wife is always on me about coming in and out of the house with shoes on. Because she is very much like Stokley. She's got inside slippers that don't go outside and outside slippers. And occasionally mine, I cross the streams.
Right.
My outside slippers will be inside and inside, outside, and all that kind of stuff. And so I thought, wow, Stoke is very, he's very clean. He cleans up around the studio and stuff. So how do you deal with the fact that you're going inside, outside with slippers so you don't track any dirt into the house?
Yes.
And yet Cody is peeing all over the place.
Oh, no.
You're Cody, that's a great point. And because it really doesn't matter. It's like a free-for-all at my house.
Yeah,
now, right?
yeah.
It's like anarchy. Like, who cares? Who cares if I have a little dirt from the garage on my slipper?
Right.
Because
at this point,
there is piss everywhere in my house.
Yes.
So, what's the big deal about, a little dirt?
Right.
Are we worried about the wrong thing here?
Right. No, you're right, Mark. You're right.
You
put
could
it in
teach
perspective.
Cody, bring Cody to the new slippers and say these are Daddy's indoor slippers.
Right.
And Daddy's outdoor slippers. And I don't want to get the house messy. Yet here you are peeing all over the place. Right? And just kind of educate the dog.
No, I don't. We've tried.
That's what Cody has to say about that idea.
Yeah, we've tried. But Cody, he'll get my slippers sometimes too. And then like when you have the fur in there, whatever it's called, and then he just starts ripping that to pieces.
Yeah.
So it's I think Cody's been a little bit better this weekend. I haven't got an update from the wife, but I think he's been a little bit better, and so we'll see how the week goes for him.
Yeah.
David Adelman needs to get control of the Nuggets, and apparently Stokley needs to get control of the Kingdom a little bit from Cody.
Oh yeah. We know that. Cody's,
I don't know what Michael Malone you can bring in to help you in that regard, but it might be time to call in some reinforcements.
It definitely is, but I'm ready. I mean, let's bring Michael Malone back. Why not?
I would
bring it back.
I would love.
I'm just joking. Obviously, it's never going to happen.
It's never gonna happen.
Messing around.
I know that it won't happen, but it would be cool.
Okay, well, here's my question then, Mark. All right, since we're going down this road, what would the Nuggets look like right now if they had this roster?
It's a great question.
And Michael Malone was their head coach. What would they look like? Would they be worse? Would they be better? How would you think it would look for the Denver Nuggets?
See, Michael Malone would actually have been forced to actually play his bench.
Mm-hmm.
I think he would have welcomed it. He just didn't want to play the young guys.
Yeah,
he's got a bench of veterans now, which is what he begged for.
Right. So he would have been okay with the bench. I just think Michael Malone, the no nonsense aspect, the demanding of like you said, Richie, earlier, this defense has gone from questionable and Michael Malone having a harp on them to being just, way below what they need to be. I just think you would have a more disciplined basketball squad under Michael Malone. And I think you wouldn't have been giving up these, you wouldn't have been giving up these fourth quarter leads and losing games late. I think you would have had a better record, and I think you'd be a better basketball team.
They're two totally different styles, right? Michael Malone and Adelman. They are. Michael Malone right now would be ripping his team.
Exactly.
After performances like they did. After that second quarter yesterday, right, against Minnesota. When they only scored, 19 points in it? Yeah, got outscored 36-19 at home.
That was the end of the game right there for me.
Yeah, at home. Like, he would have ripped their ass.
Yeah.
And so two totally different approaches there.
So, I don't know. Maybe it's just the way I was coached my whole life. I was coached that way. Like, all my offensive line coaches, going back to college, dude, if you didn't perform, man, you got public humiliation. You got, like, in front of the room, everything. And so I'm used to being coached that way.
Yeah, and there's something to be said for it every now and then,
Right.
And obviously times are different, right? And they are. But still, every now and then a good butt chewing is worth something, especially, in this situation, because they're not responding right now to David Adelman.
And
they're not responding, and you can't play nice guy all the time.
David Adelman is clearly a good basketball mind. I think he's a smart basketball skill evaluator in the way he draws up an offense. And I think some of the secret sauce that you had during the Malone era was you had David Adelman as your assistant coach, as your first mate, to help you in that regard. But you also had a firm hand in Michael Malone that even when he went too far sometimes, or you had a rage timeout, just to kind of chew somebody's ass, to use your guys' analogy, you had two sides to a coin there, and I feel like we are seeing what happens when that other side of the coin isn't there. So we'll get into more Denver Nuggets conversation as the show rolls on. In the meantime, it does look like there is a direction being taken in the running back room and a potential name that was in play for the Broncos that may not be anymore. We'll get into that coming up next, but in the meantime, it is time to bring up the next name in our super fan send-off. Brandon Torrey. You could be heading to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world thanks to 303 Law 4040. Call us back in the next 10 minutes at 303-713-1043 to be entered into our grand prize drawing for the Superfan Send-Off, which includes a pair of 2-night tickets to the event, round-trip airfare for two from Denver to Vegas, 2-night hotel stay, and $500 Visa gift card. Brandon Torrey. Call us now at 303-713-1043. If you're listening, if you know Brandon, reach out to him, let him know. He's got 10 minutes to be entered into that grand prize drawing. And if you haven't already signed up, the good news is there's still time. Head to DenverSports.com/superfan and make sure you listen weekdays every hour from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. to hear if your name is called. We'll talk Broncos running backs coming up next.
There are people who are excited about the new play caller for the Denver Broncos. And then there's Mike Evans.
Sean Payton is out of the way.
Right.
And now Davis Webb. We've got our next Sean McVay. Our new Sean McVay is here. And this is going to be a top 5 scoring offense next year. I can't wait. I mean, it should be, right?
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
How about a simple one-day hair loss solution that's guaranteed to regrow your own natural hair? You choose how much and where, and Advanced Hair does the rest. The quick and easy one-day hair loss solution from Dr. Tanya Pauls and Advanced Hair Restoration begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it's even guaranteed to grow. I know because it worked for me. I had this done 20 years ago. You can't get a better recommendation than 2 decades of hair growing success and all the benefits that come with it. You feel more confident. You feel better about your relationships. You even want to live a more healthy lifestyle. Just some of the benefits that come along with getting your hair back with Advanced Hair Restoration. Whether it's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, Advanced Hair can help you too. I know it. For a limited time, get a free consultation, 250 free hair grafts, and $250 off. Start with your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR or visit advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
At Belco Credit Union, we want to make your dream renovation a reality. Maybe that means a modern kitchen upgrade or a luxurious new bathroom. With Belco's Home Equity Choice line, you can get easy access to funds with the freedom and convenience of a home equity line of credit, plus the security and stability of a home equity loan. Plus, Belco is also offering low rates for qualified borrowers. Learn more at belco.org/choiceline. Belco is an equal opportunity housing lender. Belco, banking for everyone.
When the Nuggets are knocking down threes, you score too. If Denver hits 15 or more three-pointers, you score a free 28-ounce Gatorade Lower Sugar the very next day at your friendly King Soopers. Gatorade Lower Sugar is scientifically formulated with Gatorade's #1 proven electrolyte blend and has 75% less sugar than Gatorade Thirst Quencher and no artificial flavors, sweeteners, or colors. Big shots deserve next-level hydration. Only at King Soopers.
Winter isn't over just yet. In Colorado, your furnace has one job: to keep you warm. If it's been a while since your last tune-up, you're rolling the dice. Stoke here. ROX Rocks Heating and Air is local and honest. Get your furnace tuned up before the cold settles back in for only $39. Call ROX Rocks Heating and Air today or schedule online. Keep your home warm, keep your family safe, but only with ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
If you're considering sedation dentistry and want to learn more about it, Clarkson Dental can help. When it comes to your health, you want to make sure you know all the details. The highly trained professionals at Clarkson Dental have your answers. Learn more at coloradosedation.com.
Zach By here for 5280 Exteriors. Guys, we've had the driest winter in decades. Protect your home with fire-resistant, non-combustible, low-maintenance upgrades built to handle Colorado's extreme weather. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Overpaying for cleaning that still isn't done right? Pike Janitorial has served Denver businesses since 1994 with professionally supervised commercial cleaning that gets done right the first time. Offices, warehouses, medical facilities. They show up, handle it, and you don't have to think about it. And they'll beat your current cleaner's price by 10%. Guaranteed. Better service, lower cost, no headaches. Call 303-306-0290 today. Pike Janitorial. Clean you can count on.
The AutoNation flash sale has been extended. It's your last chance. Drive with 0 down plus 0 payments till June. Save on thousands of new cars and trucks, all your favorite makes and models. 0 down plus 0 payments till June. We'll even buy your car and pay you top dollar on the spot. The AutoNation flash sale has been extended through March 3rd, only at your nearest AutoNation.
Appraisal subject to verification. 60-month max term financing on approved credit. Interest accrues from date of purchase. See store for details.
Colorado, this is it. 2026 RV product rollouts are live at the Great American RV Show. Airstream Stetson 4.6s, New Trade Wind, Unmapped, Bliss Mobile, Chinook, Storyteller GXV. March 12th through the 14th, Colorado Convention Center. $12 online. See it first.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy and your car can be picked up by tomorrow. Call now or go to carsforkids.org.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Stream Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. Imperfect analogies.
But Mark is not inferring that Bo Nix is a serial killer.
Poor communication.
Normally your phone by this time of the day, you haven't had it on a charger in 3 days. It's somewhere buried in a bag.
And emotional outbursts.
It would have been magical. And I would have gave the bird to Payton and down the sideline, give him the double bird as I'm running by him. Yeah, take this! You missed me!
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
It is just after 8:45 on a Monday, which means it is time for our weekly visit on Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth with one James Merilatt, who, like this show, is sponsored. Mondays with Merilatt are brought to you by the Birdie Bar, Louisville's premier indoor golf bar and restaurant, locally owned and operated. Find them at thebirdie.bar on the web and Instagram. Good morning, James. How are you?
Morning, fellas. How you guys doing?
Doing all right.
Excellent.
All right. Before we get into some Broncos running back discussion, I do feel the topic that we were just having is something that you would certainly not have any passionate opinions about. It is the coaching situation, really the overall situation, but specifically with the coaching dynamic with the Denver Nuggets. I have proposed over the course of the morning, James, a couple of hard truths that I think it may be time to start facing potentially with the Denver Nuggets. The first was they may have just lost the Cam Johnson trade. Financial flexibility aside, with what we've gotten on the court from one of your 5 starters on a basketball court in Cam Johnson, it just isn't good enough for a team that's a serious title contender. The second that I proposed was that years from now, whether it's a year or several years from now, the Nuggets may regret entrusting what's left of their title window to David Adelman after moving on from Michael Malone. Would you agree with that sentiment?
I would agree with both of them. So let's start with the second one. Look, David Adelman has had to deal with a ton of injuries. They still have a couple of key players that are out. They're not a good defensive basketball team, and their 2 best defensive players are still not playing, so that doesn't help at all. But at some point, you can't give them a free pass, right? If we're going to give them a ton of credit for, hey, they're still winning games without Jokic and all that, well, when Jokic comes back, they're not a very good basketball team now. Well, you know what? That's not all that fair. Their record isn't very good. They're competitive. They're in every game. They just can't close anything.
They got one of the best offenses in the league.
And so I put that on coaching. I think in a couple of years ago when I was critical of KSE, you got a lot of people – rolling their eyes at it of, hey, they just won a Stanley Cup. They just won an NBA title. We're going to look back on the Avs era here with McKinnon, McCarr, and that core, and we're going to look back on the Jokic years and go, one title? One title for those teams? And you know why?
It's not done yet, James.
No,
I mean, what if the Avs win it this year?
Okay, well, I'm just telling you, and we're going to look back, and you know why they're going to have had one title? Because both organizations went cheap and hired JV coaches. That's what they've got. That's what they've got.
JV coaches. Jared Bednar,
are you serious?
Cup champion.
Jared Bednar. Okay, all right. He's got one cup, and every other year they're out in the first round or the second round. He's a guy that was coaching the Lake Erie Monsters, who was getting interviewed by goose egg other teams. How many other teams wanted Michael Malone after he got fired by the Kings? Where's he at now? He ain't coaching anybody. And how many other teams really wanted David Adelman? At least he was getting interviews with other teams. But if it turns out that way, and you're right, Stoke, it ain't over yet. But if it turns out that way, that's going to be the reason, is they went cheap on coaches. When they hired all 3 of those guys, they were among the lowest paid coaches in the NBA and or NHL. That's why they're gonna waste these prime periods with these star players.
How about the incident with Jokic and Lou Dort? What'd you make of that? What'd you make of his response? Would you have liked to see more guys, come to his defense? What'd you make of that whole situation?
I mean, I don't have any problem with what he did. You watch highlights that they split out after that situation from that game. There's a lot of Thunder players that are just coincidentally rolling around on the floor, and when they get up, they're running into people's knees like borderline dirty team. I didn't have any problem with it at all. I think at some point, we've talked about it for years. When you look at Jokic and his arms are all cut up and he's all beat up, at some point you got to stand up for yourself. So I don't have an issue with it. It's basketball fights. They're all kind of laughable anyway in terms of people running to his defense. You can't come off the bench, so that's not an option. So I didn't have an issue with it really all around. I do love the fact that we are fixing to have ourselves a great matchup at some point in the playoffs, because those 2 teams do not like each other.
They don't like each other
Like,
at all.
that has turned into a legit NBA rivalry.
Bitter rivalry, hatred.
Yeah, exactly. They don't like each other at all. Sign me up for it.
I loved the crazy eyes thrown out by Jokic. I thought that was awesome. But to Stokes' point, I'd have liked to see somebody on the court come up and, give somebody else the bit, really get after somebody. I would have liked to see kind of and Stoke had mentioned this earlier, like a hockey enforcer. I'd like to see somebody come up and mix it up with at least one guy from the OKC Thunder.
Well, and I don't disagree with you guys. I also think, not only is Aaron Gordon one of their best defensive players, he's also the guy that would do that. Right? Aaron Gordon's the guy that if he was on the floor when that situation went down, he would be right in the middle of it, and he'd be having to get pulled away. Was it the Clippers series last year that he had the run-in in that game? So in L.A., he's the guy that would do that. Maybe when they can't close games in the fourth quarter, they're not clutch, and then the situation you guys are talking about, there's a little bit of a softness to this team that I think is going to be an issue unless Aaron Gordon comes back or until Aaron Gordon comes back, because he's their guy that's got some toughness. He just is.
And it was one thing to take those blows early in games in previous years when they did, because in years previous, James, it felt like they could always count on their clutch ability, their ability to, when you get to that final 5 minutes, hey, we're going to out-execute you, and we'll dig ourselves out of whatever non-Jokic minutes hole that we found ourselves in. And that superpower has just gone away. They're a sub-500 team in the clutch. Cam Johnson, who is the player we started this conversation with, has been particularly abysmal with the ball in his hands in critical situations. And it just kind of feels like they've lost a little bit with all the change that they've undergone from bringing in co-executive vice presidents to replace Calvin Booth, bringing in David Adelman to replace Michael Malone, the overhaul of the roster, giving, ironically, David Adelman everything Michael Malone cried for years with all that veteran depth. They just seem to have lost a little bit of identity, and I don't think they're 100% sure why they can't execute the things that they have been. It's easy to look toward health, but there seems to be a confidence issue individually and maybe even spreading a little bit throughout this Nuggets team.
No, there definitely is. And I think, not to make excuses for him, but it is hard to find an identity when it's been a different lineup constantly throughout the season because they've had so many injuries. That does make it a little bit difficult. But I do think, and this show was harder on this guy than any other show in town. This was the MPJ hater show. And I think we're all looking at it now. Man, that guy'd be nice.
No, I still hate him.
No, not at all. No.
Well, we'll just shut that down real quick.
Yeah. In all seriousness, I do think there's something to be said for they don't have that guy, and this is going to sound funny, but trust me on this. They don't have that guy that's standing in the corner that you have to account for. That does open up the floor and spread things out a little bit because they were basically playing 4-on-4, and they don't have that guy now. They don't have that threat.
Anthony Edwards actually said that, by the way. Hey, when they double me, hey, we're playing 4-on-3, and I'm fine with it because my 4 is better than their 4.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Speaking of things that sound funny, by the way, on the Ramos.com text line, 303-713-1043. Guys, I can't believe I'm going to do this, but I'm going to agree with James Merilatt on both teams, Nuggets and Avalanche. If that's not the perfect way to end a Merilatt Monday, I don't know what is. That is James Merilatt, presented by the Birdie Bar. Catch him every Monday at 8:45 here on Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth. All right, coming up next, appreciate you, James. The Broncos placed a second-round tender on Jaquan McMillan, which all but guarantees he'll be back next season. Can we say the same about another member of the Broncos cornerback room? That's next.
Is Jets running back Breece Hall the perfect addition to the Broncos backfield?
This is the type of back that the Broncos need. You talk about a difference maker. He's a 3-down back, so he can play first down, second down, third down. Doesn't have to come off the football field, but I think this guy could be a real difference maker.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out, but what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issue before you even notice them. It's like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working with perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though your kids grow up and you still don't understand 6-7, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
I lost 60 pounds a few years ago with SodaWeightLoss.com, and it's never coming back. I am never gaining that weight back because I learned how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat with SodaWeightLoss.com. You can join Soda for a short time that have results that last a lifetime. Call them up at 1-866-800-SODA. That's 1-866-800-SODA. Or go online to SodaWeightLoss.com. And I lost those 60 pounds, and I'm never going back because of the personalized touch that SodaWeightLoss.com gives you with a personal nutritionist that's always available via text when you have questions, you have concerns. Sometimes you just need encouragement on your weight loss journey. Have a friend there. Have your personal nutritionist there for you. It's SodaWeightLoss.com. It's changed my life. I look and feel 10 years younger, and I love it. You'll love it too. Go to SodaWeightLoss.com. Again, call them up, 1-866-800-SODA. Join Soda for a short time to have results that last a lifetime at SodaWeightLoss.com. SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9. Restrictions apply.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Running a business is hard enough. Odoo makes it easier with one simple, all-in-one platform. Start today at odoo.com. ODOO.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1, Longmont, Denver. Powered by Able Builders, it's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth. Temper tantrums.
Was that fun, listener? Were those good questions? Did you find yourself going, man, Stokley, Evans, Schlereth, you guys are dumb. Did you have fun today?
Copyright infringement.
He took something that I have told him and tried to make it his own and just did not present very well.
And some flexible scheduling.
When I grow up, I want to have Mark's schedule. No one has a better schedule than Mark Schlereth. He just shows up and works whenever he wants to.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
We have breaking news in the NFL that indirectly could involve the Denver Broncos. Per Adam Schefter, as of literally 30 seconds ago, a trade has been made.
Ooh.
The Detroit Lions are sending running back David Montgomery to the Houston Texans in exchange for a fifth-round pick. And this is interesting because literally going into the segment with James that we just had, I had teased something about the Broncos running back room and a name on the market at running back that we thought could be available, but maybe not so much. And that stems from Jeremy Fowler reporting over the weekend that David Montgomery, quote, wants out of Detroit, given the way things are going with Jahmyr Gibbs there and the things that they have going offensively. And it could be done for a 5th-round pick. And David Montgomery actually quoted that report from Jeremy Fowler and said, oh, yeah? Did David Montgomery tell you that? Basically saying that's not true. And a day and a half later, he does leave, and it's for the exact level of compensation. So whether he wanted out or he didn't, I suppose only David Montgomery and those close to the situation would know. But, guys, I got to be honest, David Montgomery was somebody that's been brought up in these conversations in free agency this offseason for the Broncos, along with Rico Dowdle and Tyler Algier and Breece Hall, Travis Etienne. The opportunity to add a guy like David Montgomery, who we discussed on this very show last week, as a new main back in this offense, to me, a 5th-round pick seems like a steal, and I'm kind of wondering why George Payton and Sean Payton and company maybe weren't in on this situation that just went down for the Houston Texans.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, obviously he's a good running back. He's going into his 8th year. His contract, you look at his contract, he's got 2 more years left on his contract. Not a ton of money, right? When it comes to NFL standards. He's 29 this year, going to be 30 next year. So I think, splitting time the last couple of years with Jahmyr Gibbs is a positive for him. He doesn't have the wear and tear, and he's a good back. Seems like he's a good teammate, Mark. So, you know what? Hey, the Broncos might be eyeing someone else up. That would be what I would tell you to that question that you posed. Why wasn't the Broncos and George Payton more involved in this? And maybe it would have taken a 4th-rounder for them instead of the 5th-rounder, because the 5th-rounder's later. Maybe they like one of these free agents a little bit better. So we'll see how it plays out. I mean, I think it would have been a good addition here, Mark.
Yeah.
And the other thing, too, is he might not wanted to rotate anymore. He might have wanted to be the guy because he's been splitting carries with Jahmyr Gibbs in Detroit for the last couple of years, and maybe he didn't want this type of situation here. I don't know.
Yeah, there was such a good 1-2 punch when he first got, to Detroit, and then he started sharing time with Jahmyr Gibbs, and I tell you what, he was the lead back the first year, and then it became kind of a 50-50. Then it became, obviously, Jahmyr Gibbs is kind of the number one guy. And so to Stokes' point, save some wear and tear on him here in the last couple of years. But when he came in with Chicago, man, he was getting beat up quite a bit. He was kind of the main cog in that offense. But I'm a big fan, man. I think he's a really good player. Played a lot of football, but 28 years old. And to Stokes' point, not a huge salary. Like, that's a really good back for a 5th-rounder. So, yeah, I would love to see it here, but I don't know what their plan is.
They'll add to the room, though, with someone, I'm sure.
I'm sure
and maybe they
is.
didn't want to give up, like I said, a 4th or 5th-round pick.
Well, it's interesting you say that, because we did in the last 10 seconds or so from Rappaport and Schefter get an update on the terms, and it's not as cut and dry as it seems on face value. So the Texans are sending their 4th-round pick, offensive lineman Juice Scruggs, and a 7th-rounder for David Montgomery, per sources. So it's what equates to a 5th-round value, but it's more complex than that, says Ian Rappaport. So
wait, what do you mean 5th round? They're sending.
They're sending Scruggs.
Yes,
sending an offensive lineman,
a 4th-round pick, offensive lineman Juice Scruggs, and a 7th-rounder for David Montgomery, per sources.
So are they getting a 7th-rounder back?
A 5th-round pick goes back to Detroit in the deal. So again,
okay.
when you wash everything out, 5th-rounder coming back, because that wasn't a part of Schefter's original report.
So they're getting a 5th-rounder back. The Lions are.
They are.
And no.
Yes.
Yeah, the Lions are getting a 5th-rounder back. They're giving up a 4th and a 7th-rounder and Scruggs.
No, Texans are.
Yeah.
Just Texans, not the Lions. Yeah, the
Right.
Texans are giving up
a 4th and 7th.
round. Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Texans are giving up a 4th, 7th, and a player.
Yep.
And the Lions are giving up a 5th.
Yes.
Okay.
It's mind-boggling.
So, all right. Yeah.
So you start to do
like,
that Jimmy Johnson
yeah,
draft chart
right.
value, and it comes out to a 5th-round pick. But it is
so
more
they moved up
complex than that.
higher. I mean, who really cares about the 7th-rounder, right?
Exactly. And that's what I'll say is it's more complex on paper, but to me it's not, because even with the updated compensation and swapping for a 5th-round pick, given what you gave up, I'll just say it off my first whiff, This to me feels like a potential missed opportunity, and I will now be very curious to see how it shakes out with the remainder of free agency to see if, to your point, Stoke, they have their eyes on somebody else. Because if they don't, or if it's not maybe one of these other names that we've thrown out, ATN, Algier, Breece Hall, Rico Dowdle, that kind of thing, I think now we're going to be stacking whatever addition is up against the likes of a David Montgomery, fair or unfair.
Yeah, no, that's fine, but I'm not putting a lot into this, man. I'm really not. I'm not going to lose sleep over the Broncos not making this move. I'm not going to do it. And David Montgomery's a fine back, but
Knuckles, one half of Sonic and Knuckles.
Yeah, whatever. But he ain't. It's not like he's a top 3 back in the league. So let's, there's other guys out there where you won't have to give up compensation. And so I'm not. It's not a big deal to me at all that they didn't do this. It would have been nice, Mark, but for me, I'm like, okay, whatever. Let's move on and find another running back.
I'm surprised about Houston. They just traded a starter, Titus Howard.
Yep. They traded offensive lineman.
Right, an offensive lineman to Cleveland, and now they just got rid of a guy that's been a rotational backup that's played a lot of football for them. Not last year, I think he only started 1 game, but he was in a bunch of different games. And the year before, he started 13 games. So, you've gotten rid of 2 guys that are potential starters for you. Now, on an offensive line that has struggled, no question, but that's it.
So they gave up a lot.
That's significant.
And to your point about maybe he doesn't want to be a timeshare guy anymore, I do think it's interesting that the team he's going to has famously, for better or worse, been a running back by committee team. I mean, Woody Marks, Joe Mixon, Nick Chubb. At one point, that involved our own Philip Lindsay as a backfield committee there in Houston. So we'll see how things shake out in the running back market and free agency as a whole for the Denver Broncos as things are going to start getting going here in the next handful of weeks. Coming up next, I think there's one more hard truth that we may have to face about this Nuggets squad, and we will get into that coming up next.
After moving on from another defensive coordinator, are rough waters ahead for Coach Prime and the Buffs.
My true feelings as of right now, this is not good for CU. I don't think it's a positive outlook for what's coming at CU. And I'm being sincere here. This is not a promotion.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hanging out recently with my guy Jeff from Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic at a Avs game recently. Mostly just hung out. We watched hockey, but we did talk a little business. Had to talk a little business with Jeff. And mainly I want to know what kind of feedback he gets from men who come to Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic to get their erectile dysfunction treated. And Jeff said the most common answer is, why did I wait so long to do this? Not surprised. Most men will wait a year or more, even though they know that something isn't right. Doesn't need to be that way. ED is a medical condition. Like many medical conditions, can be treated. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has treatments with success rates well over 90%. They've successfully treated thousands of men for over a decade now. And if ED is affecting you, it's time to get back to the sex, intimacy, and love that bring you closer together. Schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Initial cost is just $99. You'll get a TN PSA test and, if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose does not work, your office visit is free. 5 locations to better serve you, including Fort Collins, Colorado Springs, and a new and improved office in The Rock. Call 720-440-7900 and at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Let's talk about your hair. If you're losing it and desire it back, then do what I did and go see Dr. Tanya Pauls at Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can personally attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but close to it. They put hair where you need it the most, and bam, it grows. It's actually science. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated Dr. Tanya Pauls, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR and you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. That's 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver, and they've changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. Become inspired with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Denver counts on Fix-It 24/7 for heating and plumbing with legendary service. Proud partner of the Denver Broncos and proud to serve the community. Book now at fixmyhome.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
Stream Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Massive biceps.
Your arms look big. I don't know if it's fat or muscle.
You watch that, you.
Minor accomplishments.
I did yoga yesterday. I signed up and took a yoga class yesterday.
And having each other's backs.
Mrs. S. Lana, Stoke's playing golf today, and Stoke has no intention of going appliance shopping with you.
Here's the deal. Here's the deal.
Just so you know.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
There is one more potentially hard truth about the Denver Nuggets that I think it may be time to wrap our heads around. And it has to do with the most notable player who's been missing from the Nuggets lineup this season, and somebody who has proven himself to be not just a glue guy, but a defensive stalwart, a little bit of an enforcer type of presence. He's my favorite Nugget on this current Nuggets core. And that is Aaron Gordon, who once again has struggled with hamstring injuries, soft tissue injuries in his lower body over the course of the last couple of seasons. And even with a grade 2 hamstring strain, helped the Denver Nuggets push the eventual champion Oklahoma City Thunder to 7 games. But guys, that's been a common narrative going into the doldrums of this season as the Nuggets have just gone through a meat grinder of injuries, is that, oh, just wait till they get Aaron Gordon back. Just wait till they get Payton Watson back. Wait till they get healthy. Wait till they get this. Wait till they get that. But with what I'm seeing out on the court from this Nuggets team, specifically, not just on the defensive side of the ball, but with their inability to close games and even missing some opportunities in clutch moments offensively, I'm starting to think it's not just so easy to say that a healthy Aaron Gordon coming back or whatever version of Aaron Gordon we get coming back is going to save this team, Stoke. I just don't think it's that simple.
Well, I mean, I like to see it. I think it's going to be a big boost. But, yeah, I mean, it's hard to argue that because, you don't think of Aaron Gordon, you don't think, offense. You don't think, he's one of your closers, right? I mean, he has been, his shot from outside has gotten much better. But you think of, hey, what's been one of the biggest issues is the Nuggets closing. How do they finish games in the last 4 minutes, the last 2 minutes? And that's Jamal and Jokic. That's them two. So I think, certainly I think he'll help a little bit. But, yeah, no, I think they got bigger issues. Certainly bigger issues than just all of a sudden you're going to get back Aaron Gordon and Payton Watson and everything's going to be fine. I think, if you do that, you're fooling yourself. And it could cost you in a big way. So they got other issues that they really have to work on. And I don't think Aaron Gordon coming back is just going to fix all their issues.
Well, I believe it's their two best defensive players in Payton Watson and Aaron Gordon, especially Aaron Gordon. And ultimately, my biggest issue is, are you telling me they're going to come back 100% healthy? There's not going to be any lingering effects of the hamstring injuries, and
you would know better than any about the lingering effect of injuries, soft tissue especially.
Well, mine's more heart tissue, but
tissue.
Yeah, I got heart tissue.
Is that a medical fact?
I'm not. Listen, I didn't move quick enough to have any soft tissue injuries, but the bottom line is, I can't imagine them coming back and not having some lingering effects. So how does that? How do you adjust your game to that? Listen, if you tell me they're coming back, they're 100%, they're not going to have any lasting effects of these injuries, and they're going to be right back up to 100% game speed, then I'm saying, it could fix it. But to Stokes' point, I just don't believe that that's the case. So then you're going to have to also, as they come back, you're going to have to manage those minutes. You're still going to have a great rotation. You're going to still have to to grow those guys back into the lineup. I just don't know. Then you have to make a decision. Is Cam Johnson our starter? Is Payton Watson our starter? There's a lot of moving parts to this Nuggets organization right now.
And I think that defensively, you're acknowledging, you being the Nuggets, that it's not just a lack of talent that's leading to them having kind of a sieve on one end of the court, when they have on the other end of the court one of, if not the most potent and efficient offenses through big stretches of the season. It's a mentality thing.
You mentioned this word earlier when we went to break. You said soft.
Yeah.
And that's a damning professional sports word, and I know it's different in football or hockey than it is in basketball because of just the way the league is structured, but that's a telling and that's a damning word. And when you give up all these, you give up big leads and you give up fourth quarters, and you're not at the end of the half or the end of the game, you're not grinding like you need to be, and you're giving up those scores, and you're giving up those leads. That's a damning part of this basketball squad that, to me, I look at, and that comes down to toughness. That comes down to hey man, I want to play defense. I want to go out there and do these things. I want to lead my basketball team. I just is that part feels dirty to me. Like it's not good enough.
I mean, we've reached a point in the season, Stoke, where Jokic, who traditionally doesn't go out of his way to say much in front of a microphone unless he's literally forced to do so, he's flat out telling you, we've stopped playing defense. We've just allowed certain game situations to put us in a position where we're not executing on that side of the court and we're aware with it. Take a listen from his post-game last night.
I felt like in those moments, we were like, when we didn't make shots, we kind of stopped playing defense in those moments. But I think overall we kind of played good. But in those moments, like it was like 3-4 times during the game when they had the runs, we kind of stopped playing defense, and that cost us the game.
So, in other words, what he's saying there is, we played overall fine or well and good throughout the larger stretches, but in those critical moments when Minnesota is going on runs and they are going through that second quarter where they outscored them, 36-19 or something like that, and they never relinquished it. He's like, we're watching that happen, and then when we don't convert on the offensive end to help stop the bleeding, we compound that by not getting back and giving the effort on the defensive side of the court, and we allowed ourselves to do that too many times, and it's what cost us the game. That doesn't seem like the mentality of a champion to me. That doesn't seem like the attitude of a team that looks at themselves, regardless of injuries, and says, we're a title contender. We've just got to get this thing to the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, it's a head scratcher is what it is. Well, especially, to Mark's point, when you're out your two best defenders, I mean, everyone else has got to pick it up, right? You can't be lazy on that side of the court. And, you're not good enough right now to be taking quarters off and not playing, great defense and giving great effort. So, but again, now, and I think, because we talked about it earlier, Mark, that, would that be the case if Malone was a coach, calling their butts out and getting after them a little bit more than what I don't know. I'm just asking the question because obviously that's not good enough. Malone's a defensive guy, and I guarantee you they would be getting their butts ripped in the media after the game, which, hey, Put him on blast.
He'd rip him sometimes when things were going well, at least from our perspective.
Exactly. So would this be the situation, and would they be playing like that if Malone was the coach? I have to ask myself that right now.
It comes down to soft, but it comes down to selfish. Like, are you worried about stats? Are you pouting that you missed a shot and you don't get back on defense? Like, all those things become prevalent, and when you're worried about the wrong things. Like, the kind of the thought process is, hey, man, you play the game the right way. At the end of the day, you're going to have statistics if you do it the right way. But if you're pouting because you missed a shot or it doesn't go in and you're not playing defense and defense leads to offense and all those cliches that are cliches because they're true, that's troubling. And that's where this basketball team is right now. It's almost like they're waiting. Like, let's just wait till we get our guys back. Almost like a flip-the-switch mentality. When our guys back, we'll be fine. So let's let our guys come back and let them handle the defensive stuff. And that's just a loser's mentality to me.
I agree. And I think it's something that's going to have to change if the Nuggets are going to course-correct this thing, steer this back onto the track, and put themselves in a position to make another run at an NBA title, which was the reason why they made the moves that they made, dismissing Booth and Malone so late in the season. It's the reason why Ben Tenzer and Jonathan Wallace made the offseason moves that they made, shipped off a core member in Michael Porter Jr. to bring in all of these other pieces and give Jokic and company the depth that they just hadn't had when the postseason rotation rolled around. And if they aren't able to fix some of these things from a mentality standpoint and from a locker room standpoint to translate onto the court, it may unfortunately all be for naught. So we will see how they continue to approach the backstretch of their season. In the meantime, it is time to call the final name for today on this show of our super fan send-off. Justin Lanyon. You could be heading to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world, thanks to our friends 303 Law 4040. Call us back in the next 10 minutes at 303-713-1043 to be entered into the grand prize drawing, which includes a pair of 2-night tickets to the event, round-trip airfare for two from Denver to Las Vegas, 2 nights hotel stay, and a $500 Visa gift card. Justin Lanyon, if you're listening, or if you know Justin Lanyon, reach out to him because he has 10 minutes to call us back at 303-713-1043. And if you haven't already signed up for our Superfan Send-Off contest, the good news is there's still time. Head to DenverSports.com/superfan and make sure to listen weekdays every hour between 6A and 6P to hear if your name is called. We teased into a discussion about the Broncos cornerback room and what Jaquan McMillan's continued presence may mean for another member of that room. We had some breaking news that interrupted that, but we will finish that conversation coming up next.
There are people who are excited about the new play caller for the Denver Broncos. And then there's Mike Evans.
Sean Payton is out of the way.
Right.
And now Davis Webb. We've got our next Sean McVay. Our new Sean McVay is here.
Wow.
And this is going to be a top 5 scoring offense next year. I can't wait. I mean, it should be, right?
Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Hey guys, boy Steak here today by my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
At Belco Credit Union, we want to make your dream renovation a reality. Maybe that means a modern kitchen upgrade or a luxurious new bathroom. With Belco's Home Equity Choice line, you can get easy access to funds with the freedom and convenience of a home equity line of credit, plus the security and stability of a home equity loan. Plus, Belco is also offering low rates for qualified borrowers. Learn more at belco.org/choiceline. Belco is an equal opportunity housing lender. Belco, banking for everyone.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You live in Colorado, you love those mountain views. Well, you want to maximize your window space, your glass space, and you can do that with custom windows at WindowNation.com. WindowNation.com, they're there for you with over 1,500 styles and colors to choose from. And in March, the more you buy, the more you can save. Up to 50% off all window styles right now at WindowNation.com. You can go out there, get your windows done, and enjoy that beautiful Colorado scenery. It's WindowNation.com. Visit WindowNation.com for your free consultation today.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by ROX, Rocks Heating and Air.
Do you have the time to listen to me whine?
Caffeine kicks. You're drinking from a cup of coffee that's clearly not yours. Right. Because on the side it says, Mama needs more coffee.
Selective amnesia.
I mean, things come out of my mouth. I don't remember from segment to segment what I said.
And oversimplification.
Mike used to be intelligent before he started working with me, and I've dumbed him down.
He has dumbed me down a lot.
I'll be honest, it's going to be hard to dumb me down.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
The Broncos cornerback room got pretty crowded last April when they brought in Jahdae Barron with the 20th overall pick out of the University of Texas. And it feels like it's going to stay that way going into 2026, as it was announced by Jeremy Fowler and others around the national landscape that Denver is expected to place a second-round tender on cornerback Jaquan McMillan, which, for all intents and purposes, guarantees in a lot of ways that he's going to be back here in Denver in 2026. Because now, in order to not have that happen, a team has to submit an offer sheet that the Broncos don't want to match and then give up a second-round pick in the process. McMillan's agent spoke at the Combine and said that as of now, he doesn't expect a lot of other teams to be putting offer sheets in, and I think you can understand why. But my question, Stoke and Mark, is if Jaquan McMillan is going to be here and he's excelled in his role the way he did last season, and you expect that to continue and change, what does that mean for the other guys in the room not named Patrick Surtain? Let's start with Jahdae Barron, who, when he was selected on draft night, Stoke, it was kind of like, hey, Jaquan McMillan, thanks for the gumball, but this is the heir apparent at that slot corner position. He's got inside-outside flexibility, so maybe one day he moves outside, but the writing seemed to kind of be on the wall until it wasn't, because Barron played less than 350 snaps this past season in 2025. And to put that in perspective, there's only 7 guys, including Barron, who have done that over the last 4 drafts during their rookie season. So he is in kind of rare air in terms of how highly he was invested in and how little he participated on the field. Do you expect that to change, or how do you expect the dynamic to shift with McMillan coming back and creating the same dynamic this year?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see it changing much. I mean, where is he going to play? McMillan's not coming off the field the way he played last year. Riley Moss is staying outside. And so unless they trade someone, I expect it to kind of be the same this year. But, it's still an important position he plays.
Yeah.
And, playing that dime position, being able to play in the box, and, while McMillan will cover the third wide receiver, then you put Barron on Kelsey and or tight end and so and still be able to get him out there. Now, it's not the role that I think you envision for a first-round draft pick, number 20 overall, but, hey, it's early, you're loaded, and you look up and you have one injury, and, his role will change a lot.
They were fully expecting Jahdae Barron to take hold of that competition between he and McMillan and become the starting nickel corner for the Broncos. That's exactly what their coaching staff had anticipated they thought would happen early in camp. That's what they had talked about. That's what they believed was going to happen. And to McMillan's credit, man, he just played great. And he is, from a coverage standpoint, from a blitzing standpoint, the guy's a real solid, just a great football player. And so, Jahdae Barron wasn't able to crack the starting lineup. And to Stokes' point, I don't think he's going to crack unless somebody gets injured and he comes out and plays great football. I just don't think he's going to crack the starting lineup this year either.
And is that an ideal situation, Stoke, for a player who you invested a top 20 pick in the NFL draft of, that he's going to be struggling to see the field for 2 consecutive years to start his NFL career?
I'm not, panicking about it because it's just, hey, right now it's loaded. The cornerback position for the Denver Broncos is loaded. So the fact that he hasn't played a ton, it's not an indictment on him. Right, it's not on him. It's on the other guys who are playing really well. So who is he going to replace? He's not going to replace McMillan. And so you look at a guy like Riley Moss. Is he going to take over for Riley Moss? Riley Moss is playing good football. So right now you're putting him in the lineup. You're getting him some playing experience, and he's playing a pivot. He's still playing a big role. Maybe not the snap counts or what you envisioned right away for, again, first-round draft pick, number 20 overall. But I'm not all of a sudden, down on the pick because of what I've seen in year one or what I might see throughout the first couple years.
Mark, in your eyes, is Riley Moss playing good enough football, to Stokely's point, to where you say this season or a year from now, we need to lock Riley Moss down to a long-term contract extension, the former third-round pick for the Denver Broncos?
No, I would imagine, just like it was in training camp where there was an open competition between McMillan and Jahdae Barron, and McMillan won that, I wouldn't be surprised to see them move him outside and say, hey, there's an open competition between Riley Moss and Jahdae Barron. And, and we talked about the potential of trade for Riley Moss, and we'll see if that, if that comes to fruition or not. But
would you trade him, Mark?
That was going to be my next question.
I only think I wouldn't
because
trade
of the
him.
implication.
Right. I wouldn't trade him unless there was I'm getting blown away by an offer.
Second round pick?
Then I would have to,
It's the same tender amount that you would let Jaquan McMillan go for.
Right.
Right. So then I think I would have to look at that. Yeah. If I believe that, hey, man, based on Jahdae Barron's rookie year, and they know more about practice and everything than we do sitting here, if you think that he's ready to take that next step and you're going to go with some growing pains, but you had some growing pains with Riley Moss with the pass interferences and everything else. So, yeah, if you get blown away by an offer, then yes, absolutely.
Well, I'm not going out of my way to trade Riley Moss. I actually think Riley Moss gets a little bit of some bad shine on him, and I think it's mainly because of the fact that, despite the fact I think he does a decent amount of really good work at the cornerback position and has a difficult job playing opposite, a defensive player of the year caliber player like PS2, when he does fall short or slip up or make a mistake, it's usually very visible or in a situation that's very memorable with a pass interference penalty late in the game or a blown coverage or assignment that results in a huge play at an inopportune time. But I think Riley Moss wins more often than he loses, and I think it's one of those situations where, just like we saw when depth was challenged on VJ's defense a handful of years ago, and you got Levi Wallace out there just getting absolutely spin cycled by Jerry Jeudy and Jameis Winston and the Cleveland Browns, quality cornerback depth is something that you might not appreciate as much until you lose it, and that's not lost on me. But I do just think it's kind of interesting that you're going to run into this situation for 2 years in a row with a former first-round pick that you invested in over other players that have a significant position of need that could be addressed for the Broncos. They passed on Omarion Hampton in the first round to draft Jahdae Barron. And so then when you look at the fact that he his snap count wasn't where, historically it is for a first-round pick or any, highly touted draft pick like that year over year. And then you look at the way that the running back position still struggled after J.K. Dobbins went down. And the fact that we still, despite bringing in Evan Ingram, don't have a legitimate playmaker at tight end. The decisions are going to be faced with at inside linebacker that could have also been addressed in the draft a little bit more heavily besides the Dre Greenlaw free agency edition. I just think that it's going to be one of those things where you drafted this guy because he was the crystal that you didn't want to step over for a blender. But at what point do you take the crystal out of the cabinet and really start to use it? Because they need help, and if you're not going to address it...
The blender, the crystal, what's the blender?
Well, George Payton said we're not going to step over crystal because we need a blender. That's what he and Sean Payton said post-draft. I wasn't just making that up.
Yeah, no, I was... Yeah.
So basically what he's saying is we needed a blender, right, because as a running back. We clearly need this utility piece.
Right.
But there's a fine piece of crystal. There's a fine piece of china sitting right over there. And I'm not going to let the fact that I need a blender distract myself from the fact that there's this very valuable thing right on the other side.
I got it. Yeah, but listen, just draft good players, right? Let's just draft good players, and it'll work out for you. And so hopefully Barron ends up being a good player, a really good player for you. And that's the most important thing. And it's a premium position, obviously, the cornerback position. This guy, he can play inside or outside. And it's only year one. We'll see how this thing plays out after 3 years before we say it's a great pick or not a great pick. And, they should have taken a running back or Marion Hampton. They should have. So, but overall, again, I think my conclusion here, Mark, is I'm not panicking that he hasn't played, been a true starter from day one. I think he's been a good player, and I think he's going to be better this year. And you're going to see him improve a lot this year.
Right, I would agree with you on that. And by the way, Hampton, it wasn't like Hampton was lights out this year either. He
got hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it is.
That was your Chargers.
That's what we have Bo Lowry.
I mean, how do they feel about your Chargers?
Marion Hampton. I look at the Chargers. I would have thought if Hampton stays healthy, if this tip of the spear, their offensive line stays healthy, like we might.
It would have been a wrap.
15-2.
I mean, the AFC West would have been a wrap.
Yeah.
Like I predicted.
And who knows? Maybe they would have been facing the Seahawks.
Were you thrilled, Mark, that when the odds came out for division crown winners in 2026 that the Chargers were at the lead of the pack in the AFC West, despite the Broncos winning it, the Chiefs maybe taking a step forward? Mm-hmm. Did that give you just a little tickle inside that they're already the betting favorites?
It was validation for for what I had said earlier.
Are you going to pick them again this year?
No, probably not. I'm not. Hey, you know what I'm not going to do?
We save audio.
You know what I'm not.
Right.
You know what I'm not going to do? I'm not going to step over the crystal.
Oh.
That's the Broncos for the blender, which is the Chargers.
Well, you also don't have another national outlet.
Well, the one thing that
you got to do it here.
The one thing that we do know, you won't be making the Chargers prediction on a TV show.
Bingo.
Yeah, right. Since I got fired.
Yeah. Exactly.
In case anybody forgot.
How
are
my
happen.
slippers coming along, by the way?
Yeah.
Am I getting a free pair?
You donate a pair?
Let me just update real quick on our Bombas. Bombas, right? I never heard of them, and I saw an advertisement on the internet here, and so I'm like, I need new slippers.
Yeah.
And then I put it out, and they got great reviews.
Right.
And so then y'all told me they give a free pair to someone.
For every pair that's bought, they donate.
And Mark wanted to be the person that the free pair goes to.
Exactly.
I don't think you qualify, buddy.
Oh, no?
Yeah, sorry.
There is a strict process in terms of how they weed out these potential donation candidates.
You
you unfortunately did just miss the cut.
If you want, I can give you my address and size, and you just put it in there in case you guys want to send a free pair.
I love it. All right, coming up next, we got, if you thought last year's draft was a head-scratcher in the first round for the Denver Broncos, wait till you hear what Mel Kiper has potentially in store with his mock draft that was released a handful of days ago. And we got some spicy responses from both sides of the Oklahoma City Thunder Denver Nuggets feud that took place on Friday night. We'll get to it all coming up next.
Is Jets running back Breece Hall the perfect addition to the Broncos backfield?
This is the type of back that the Broncos need. You talk about a difference maker. He's a 3-down back, so he can play first down, second down, third down. Doesn't have to come off the football field, but I think this guy could be a real difference maker.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Sex, intimacy, love. These three things are critical to a good relationship, and that's the problem with erectile dysfunction. It often destroys sexual enjoyment and intimacy. It stresses the love between partners, often to the breaking point. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're suffering with ED, you likely know exactly what I'm talking about. But I also want you to know that ED doesn't have to impact your relationship anymore. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts with our focus on men's sexual health. We've treated tens of thousands of men and have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. I promise you, if you're like most guys, you can get your sex life back, perhaps even performing like you haven't in years. So if ED is affecting you, it's time to get back to better sex, better intimacy, and deeper love. Call us. Just $99 gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
At Common Spirit Health, we don't just see a cancer diagnosis. We see you, and you don't have to do this alone. We believe you should be surrounded by your people, so you can keep them close while you get care close to home. Supported by our care team from diagnosis to treatment and beyond, and strengthened by treatment tailored to you. Because there's no one-size-fits-all approach to cancer care. Find cancer care with human kindness close to you at mountain.commonspirit.org.
Hey, Brandon Stokley here from my team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Does the air in your home feel like the desert? You don't have to suffer any longer. Get a brand new humidifier for the lowest price of the season. Everyone should breathe easy and healthy in their home. What are you waiting for? Call Rocks Heating and Air for a free, no obligation estimate. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
Score big, save 25% off all primetime functional trainers, home gyms, and racks. Work out on your schedule on the equipment you choose from the safety and comfort of your own home. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
Thinking about upgrading your home's HVAC? Then Day and Night Mechanical Solutions of Denver can help and save you money. You may qualify for up to $20,000 in rebates through the Colorado HERE program and Excel Energy for energy-efficient heat pump systems. Day and Night Mechanical has the inside track on this program and will guide you through every step. Upgrade your HVAC and save big bucks. Visit dnmech.com. Act now while the offer lasts. Day and Night Mechanical Solutions. They fix it right, day and night.
Taco Bell's new Luxe Value Menu has 10 lavish indulgences, including the new mini taco salad, all for $3 or less at participating Taco Bell stores while supplies last. Price and participation vary. Tax extra.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan. Raw emotion.
I'm crying right now. I have tears in my eyes. These are legitimate David Edelman tears.
Deceptive tactics.
I'm not falling for that Louisiana draw country boy, not that bright. I'm not falling for it anymore.
And thick accents.
Ask Stoke to say groin for me, will you please?
Groin.
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 Groin. So it's not groin, it's groin.
Groin.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
Final segment here on a Monday. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Richie Carney sitting in for Mike Evans, who I'm sure is having a fantastic time up on the slopes. Guys, going into the break, we were discussing Jahdae Barron, who was obviously the first-round pick for the Broncos last year and turned some heads and had some people questioning until George Payton and Sean Payton explained afterwards the whole blender crystal analogy about how we're just not going to pass on a great player because we have a significant need at a different position. Well, I don't know if the same is going to be said or what argument's going to be made if the Broncos end up following Mel Kiper's latest projection in his mock draft for ESPN. With the 30th overall pick in the NFL draft this upcoming April, Mel Kiper has the Broncos selecting Emmanuel McNeil Warren, a safety
out of Toledo. Here is Mel Kiper's explanation. The Broncos have 2 solid safeties in Talanoa Hufanga and Brandon Jones, so this pick might not reap immediate rewards, but neither did Jahdae Barron last April. Denver's planning ahead in the secondary and building something there as Coach Sean Payton focuses on keeping this defense strong. McNeil Warren is a little bit of a sleeper right now, but I think he could have been a top 15 pick had he played for a Power 4 team. He goes on to list some stats and yada, yada, yada about, the productivity that McNeil Warren has had at that position. Stoke, I know how many of us felt on draft night last April when we were surprised by Jahdae Barron, but I'll just say right off the rip, I was confused and maybe a little bit surprised at the pick of Barron last year. If they draft a safety in the first round at 30th overall with the needs that this team has, particularly on the offensive side of the ball and just in general at other positions on the roster, I'm gonna bang my head against the wall. I really am.
I would be disappointed when I hear the name. I mean, and then that's it. Like, again, I think the main thing in that you're trying to accomplish is find good football players in the first round. Don't draft for need. We need good football players because we're not looking at just 2026. We're looking at 28, 29, 30, right? And you hope that they're great football players.
You don't go broke taking a profit.
Right,
You're adding
exactly.
positive things.
Continue to do that. Continue to draft good football players. But do I want to hear a safety's name called at 30? No, I want to hear inside linebacker. I want to hear
Kenyon Sadiq.
A tight end. I want to hear, like something different than just a safety. So I would be, like I said, to be like, okay, well, hope, and then I'd get over it really quick. But in the moment, it's not a sexy pick. But now you look, because we looked at Kiper's draft, and we just mentioned that David Montgomery got traded to the Texans. Kiper's draft has the Texans taking Jadarian Price, the backup running back there at Notre Dame, at 28. So that might free him up. I wonder if that would change Kiper's mock draft, because the Texans obviously aren't going to take a running back in the first round. Let me just break the news there, right? They're not going to do that. So would you rather a running back in the first round or the safety in the first round?
Mark?
Yeah, well, I mean, I would rather have a running back.
Damn straight.
I mean, I think everybody would. Now, the question you have to ask is Emmanuel McNeil Warren a crystal? Is he one of those guys that you think is going to be a big time player?
In all reality, Mark, no, jokes aside, Mel Kiper is telling you yes. I mean, he literally says McNeil Warren is a bit of a sleeper right now, but I think he would have been a top 15 pick had he not played for Toledo, a MAC school, and played for a Power 4 school. So what I think he's telling you is this is a top 15 pick disguised as a non-Power 4 player, and that was part of the explanation behind Jahdae Barron, where they said, hey, listen, we had Jahdae Barron, and when you're talking about a big board, not positionally, Jahdae Barron on our draft big board was, for us and for many others, considered a top 15 player in the draft, maybe even top 12, and he fell to us at 20. That's the crystal we couldn't slip over. So in a non-joking way, it sounds like Kiper's telling you yes.
Yeah, and again, you know what? This is information. He'll go through another 3 or 4 or 5, however many mock drafts before you get to the final mock draft, and then it still won't be correct. But I think we all look at positions of need. Is there, again, using George Payton and Sean, and Sean Payton's terminology, is there a crystal at a position of need? Is there a guy that you think has the potential of being not good but great at one of those positions where we look at it and go, hey, we need a tight end. We haven't had a guy that's been a difference maker. We need a running back. We need another inside linebacker.
Well, at tight end, the crystal is clearly Kenyon Sadiq. He just had maybe the greatest underwear Olympics of all time, gold medals across the board. So there's your crystal there, but you're going to have to go up and get him. You're not stepping over anything at that point. You're going out and getting it. And
you have to target that.
Yeah, and I'd be fine with that. So
would I.
Look, I don't want to move up. You're not moving up 15 spots, right? We're not doing that because I don't want to, use all our draft capital. Mm-hmm. And obviously, you got to love his tape, right? I mean, a lot of people can run fast, but can you play football? And so, but he's the number one tight end, pretty much all year. And then he goes out there and he backs it up. We're running a 4.39, first tight end ever in the combine history to run,
sub 4.4.
Yeah, under 4.4. So that's pretty impressive. I mean, the guy, whenever you say 4.39 tight end, so That is a pass receiving
6'3", 240.
Pass receiving tight end, right?
He hit the same top speed as Jahmyr Gibbs. He had like the same vertical jump as like Julio Jones. He is when you talk about freak athlete, physical specimen, he's right there in the dictionary under that definition.
Well, let's see who Kuiper has. The Eagles taking him at 23. Okay, and that seems like with their guys getting a little bit older.
Another weapon for Jalen Hurts to not throw the ball.
Yeah, Goddard, possibly moving on in free agency. So they're at 23. So, you would have to make a move
7 spots
to move up and, in front of them probably to get that tight end. So if you love him, hey, go get him, right?
Yeah,
because it is a big, important position that the Broncos have had a need for a long time.
And by the way, again, that mock draft probably was done before you had all this.
Of course, yeah.
It
was a handful of days ago.
Right. So bottom line is he's probably moved up from 23 into the top 15, maybe even at 10.
Yeah. No, his stock currently hasn't or couldn't
soaring
be much higher. And but again, I understand that sometimes you can't always make the sexy pick. I get it. You have to build a football team, and in a lot of ways, building a successful football team involves prioritizing, when you're talking inside out, the not-so-sexy positions, fortifying the trenches, solidifying things that way, and then you get to add toys and things like that afterwards. But I just think, given the way that the positions of need were addressed when you're talking about running back, linebacker, and tight end, the way they were addressed last offseason that now need to be addressed again, I just think there should be a higher importance or emphasis placed on that, even if it means potentially letting yourself pass on a crystal because, damn it, you just need a blender.
Well, no, you're right. I mean, look, again, and I've said this for, since the middle of the season. It's offense this offseason. That's what they have to do. It's got to be priority 1, 2, and 3. And so you got to figure out the tight end position. You got to upgrade the running back room and maybe sprinkle in an offensive lineman in there and another wide receiver. So you got to help Bo out more. I mean, that's the bottom line. We look at what Bo has done. What a remarkable start to his career, first 2 years. Remarkable, unbelievable. So much success. And now, but let's help him out a little bit more and put some playmakers around him. He's been doing it with not a lot out there, honestly. And so I think that's what they have to do. They have to make his job a little bit easier. And so, yeah, if you have to pass on one of these guys to help Bo out and upgrade this offense, then that's what you have to do this year.
Well, the NFL off season is young. There's plenty of time for the Denver Broncos, George Payton, Sean Payton and company to get down to business and make some moves to put some help around their young quarterback in Bo Nix. So we will see how that
runway...
Can't
wait to get Evans' update on his Crescent Butte snow trip, when he didn't tell anyone he was taking the day off.
And how he forgot his charger at home, so his phone doesn't work.
And how he left you out to dry on the biggest podcast day of the week.
Yeah.
And
trying to knock down a big deal, put a big deal together. And
And then you got that guy.
Yeah.
Anchor. He's dragging you down.
Reliability rating taking a nosedive on this Monday morning. You have that to look forward to tomorrow. In the meantime, you got Dover and Cecil coming your way next.
After moving on from another defensive coordinator, are rough waters ahead for Coach Prime and the Buffs.
My true feelings as of right now, this is not good for CU. I don't think it's a positive outlook for what's coming at CU. And I'm being sincere here. This is not a promotion.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
High five. Up top. Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Heck yeah!
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Yes!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Woo! For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm, under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Free barbecue? Yep, absolutely free barbecue. Hey, everybody, Dan Jacobs, the barbecue lawyer at 303 Law 4040. It's 2026, and we are taking our free meal program to the next level, and I want you to help spread the word with me if you can. I got a brand new smoker, and this thing's a beast. It's over 6 feet tall, so we can cook that 1,000 pounds of free barbecue each and every month. Here's what you do. It's Eastern Hills Community Church, 4 to 6 p.m. every first and third Thursday. I'm smoking up delicious pulled pork or my addictive copycat Chipotle recipe, and we're serving it up for free. You just get in line, you pop the trunk, we put free groceries in your trunk, and then we ask you how many meals you need for the night. It's that simple, no questions asked. It's at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road every first and third Thursday, 4 to 6 p.m. Help us spread the word, and if you have any questions, you can always call me. The barbecue lawyer's number is 303 Law 4040.
Plumline Services, serving Colorado since 1998 for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Service at home, servants at heart.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Powered by Able Builders, it's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth. Denver Sports 104.
Welcome to it. It is a Monday edition of the program. Dover and Cecil. We're rocking with you 10 to 2. That's what we do, and we appreciate you guys being here with us for a new edition of the show. We got a ton to get into here today, including what the Nuggets and Avs were able to do over the weekend. Of course, the Combine reaction and free agency right around the corner, Cease. We're going to jump into everything, and it's going to be a busy, busy program, but we were just talking about it off the air. We might as well bring that thing to the tribe, man. How disappointed are you with an 0-2 performance for the Denver Nuggets over the weekend? We'll get to the lone win at 10:15 with the Avalanche, but we both said, hey, 2-0 would be ideal. 1-1 with some fight and still wouldn't feel great, but at least there'd be a little bit of momentum going in the right direction. Kind of felt that way on Friday, even though it was a loss, and it was a loss without SGA even stepping on the hardwood in overtime. Tons to take away from the weekend, but just kind of overwhelming or your big takeaway at 0-2.
Overwhelming takeaway is this team's in trouble. This team's in big trouble, and we got a lot to get to because the OKC game was one thing, and OKC, y'all a bunch of punks. Yeah. Like that point-blank period. If you're trying to defend, you see Thunder fans doing all the gymnastics online of like, they had to hold him back. He's going to go get Joker. I thought that was like a scene out of Resident Evil.
How is he not suspended?
Yeah,
Straight
exactly.
Up.
Right.
And so he's not going to be suspended. If I'm a goon on another team, guess what I'm doing, man?
Exactly.
I'm literally trying to hurt that guy if he's doing that nonsense in a professional basketball
And I'm
setting.
sure that Lou Dort has a poster of Draymond Green up in his bedroom above his bed that he looks up at night and dreams about being him one day. It's like, okay.
That's his goon room.
All right. Yeah, exactly. OKC, y'all going to be a bunch of punks like that and be dirty? Okay. All right. And by the way, it's not new. Right?
No.
Like, people are like, oh, OKC. Yes, this is not new. This
That
is who
was
they
actually
are.
the cool thing about the weekend is you saw Lou Dort. He did it to a Dallas player.
Yep.
He's done it to was it Devin Booker on the Suns?
Yep.
That he's done it to back and forth. So yeah, it's an now a habitual problem. And then how about Isaiah Hartenstein, former Nugget? You think that's an accident that he just happens to throw his fist out to Jamal Murray as he's
he
coming
knew.
by? It's just cheap. I'll steal one of your line. It's Mitch Bade.
Yeah.
By the Oklahoma City Thunder.
1,000%.
And like
Mitch
I said,
Bade.
man, you're my teammate. Anybody on the Denver Nuggets? What's Zeke Naji doing the next time the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Denver Nuggets play? Because Zeke, I'll start a GoFundMe and throw something on that tab, man. How are you just going to let somebody do that to your best player? I know Christian kind of gets in the face of it, but I think it's unacceptable to allow that stuff to happen. And in hockey, that'd be a drop the gloves on the first puck drop kind of deal when they meet up again here real soon.
When Lou Dort trips Joker, Cam Johnson runs by him like nothing happened. If I see my big fella go down, I'm swinging.
It's on.
Sorry, I'm going to the back of your head. Sorry,
Yep.
I'm going to your kidneys, something like that.
Dude.
Like that's what you should emphasize, and that's why afterwards, when Joker said it was an unnecessary move and a necessary reaction, I 1,000% agree with that. You're going to be a punk, Lou Dort, and you're going to try to do that, trying to injure a guy. And when you come back from injury, your mindset is just completely different, right? When you miss some time due to injury and you come back and someone does a punk move like that, then you're going to get up and you're going to start, it's go time, right? And I was very disappointed in Cam Johnson, period. We're going to get to
He's had a
lack of
terrible
performance in the Minnesota game.
2 wide open jump shots Friday, 0 makes on Sunday.
0 makes on Sunday. Terrible, terrible time.
We might have
But
to
for
get
me,
Jake Shapiro on here. He was trying to defend some stuff, and it wasn't coming across
Okay, well, Jake also did say, is this Milwaukee 2.0?
The one and done, and then it's all over?
You're one and done. You've got an international superstar, and you've got a crumbling structure around him.
See, and I thought Milwaukee would go all in. It's very obvious what's happening. I'm like, they're going to do anything they can to keep this around, and they're not. And then we're going to watch Giannis walk, which is the worst case scenario for any of these teams that have that superstar that's built around.
And I think the most egregious thing that Cam Johnson didn't do was reacting when Dort did that to Joker. As soon as he did that, it's like, I don't want you as a teammate.
That's a good point,
I
man.
know I'm emotional and opinionated, but that's fine. That's what I get paid to do. Guess what? I don't want you as a teammate. If you're gonna see your guy, you see it happen. It's right in front of you. Like Jamal was kind of turned, whatever, and then Jamal's kind of running down. Even Jamal kind of looked like curious, like what? But Cam ran right by it. He sees his guy on a dirty play go down to the court. It's go time then.
And look, I think we've talked about this multiple times. I said it 2 weeks ago. You know what? Them not having one, that players only meeting that we talked about, like, you suck, you're cool, you suck, let's win basketball games. That sort of thing is what this team needs, and they didn't have it when Nikola went down. So not only was it that, a disappointment on Friday night, and then you back it up with a awful performance for 3 quarters against Minnesota. You'd think, oh, okay, we talked about it on Friday with the Avalanche. Gabe said, hey, that wild game's not necessarily going to be looked at as a wake-up call. All right, Friday, you're not pissed off. You're not chomping at the bit to get back out on the floor. And then, by the way, it's for the 4th seed in the Western Conference. It's for home court in the playoffs. And, of course, there's still plenty of basketball to be played. But after the way it went down Friday night, and then you're playing another rival at your barn, they came out and played great for the first quarter and then peed down their leg the other 36 minutes.
Yeah, the other 36 minutes, it was bad. And there was a stretch in this game. I think it was a 9-minute stretch where only Timmy scored. Like, seriously? Oh, my God. This thing was awful. And you see the difference. OKC, bunch of punks, beat the Denver Nuggets, of course. Watch Minnesota. They just straight up beat them. They didn't have to be punks. They played physical style. That's what Minnesota does. And listen, I hate Minnesota. I hate the T-Wolves. Hate the Vikings. Hate everything up there. But it's like, okay.
Bones he's a PAB.
Exactly.
Bones,
and then, but you see them play like real basketball. not the flopping punk style that you see from OKC. You see Minnesota play you straight up, and they just beat them down. Like, after that first period, you just couldn't stick with them. Couldn't stay with them at all, and that's why this weekend is so very disappointing. The record against good teams is terrible. What is it, 1-9 over the last 10 teams with winning
records, yeah.
Since December 18th, I believe, they're under 500.
14-16 now in clutch games.
Major alarm bells going off for the Denver Nuggets, and this is more, and it goes beyond just getting everybody healthy.
I heard
you got
David
a
Adelman,
mind shift, a mindset shift that you need.
I heard David Adelman say something over the weekend that I absolutely hated. And he was asking, it was ahead of the Sunday game, and he was asking about how they've been playing as of late. And his quote here, the results have not been there, but I do like the way that we're playing, end quote. And again, you and I going back to our conversation, good cop, bad cop, that's a whole bunch of good cop, positive, fake reinforcements from the head coach. Hold these dudes accountable, DA. You're not doing it right now. And everybody thinks, hey, we can just turn it on when April gets here. Let's just turn it on in the first round. It's not how life works. And unfortunately, I'm worried that they're fixing to find that out in round number 1.
Yeah, they're fixing to find that out, and we're talking about an early exit for this team if a lot of things don't change. And with the NBA's toughest schedule remaining, you've got your work cut out for you, DA. So maybe a little less rainbows and lollipops, and maybe a little more boot in the ass.
It's Utah tonight, and Utah doesn't even want to win basketball games.
Right.
But
Push over,
it's LA on Thursday, and now all of a sudden you're right there in the standings with the Los Angeles Lakers with a 41-year-old crybaby LeBron and Luka Doncic that hadn't really taken over of that team just yet. So, man, it's not cutting time for the Denver Nuggets. They have been very, very disappointing, and yes, now we all hate Oklahoma City even more. All right, Tribe roll call, Cease. We always want to get to that. If you are a new listener of the show, the Tribe, well, that's you plus us. And Tribe roll call is who are you, where are you, what are you doing for a buck out there today? We want you to send that information to the RamosLaw.com text line at 303-713-1043. Throw your name on the end of every text so that we can give you a shout out on the show. And then the same deal over on YouTube. That's Cecil's baby. He's monitoring what's happening on YouTube. I'll monitor what's going on here on the RamosLaw.com text line. So start sending those in so we can give you guys a little love on the show. Like Sarago, he's door dashing all over town. Always here to support the guys. Love the show. #Tribe. Absolutely appreciate that. Yeah, keep them coming. Morning Tribe, a yoga class this morning with my wife.
Whoa.
And they said, say cheese was played during it. I was the only male there, and I was also the only one who yelled, say cheese.
Say cheese.
That's our boy Joe Majestic. Hell yeah, Joe.
Way to go, Joe.
Representing the Tribe the right way. Keep your texts coming, Tribe roll call. Who are you? Where are you? What you doing for a buck out there today? We're certainly going to get back to the Nuggets conversation. We'll hear from Joker, Mark Dagnall, the coach of the Thunder, who also open mouth and insert foot. But I mentioned talking about the one lone win we got to watch over the weekend.
One time.
It was the Colorado Avalanche beating the Blackhawks on Saturday. The stat sheet wouldn't have you feeling like they were dominant. But was that actually the case in that game? We'll talk about how they looked. Eye test, power play, penalty kill conversation coming at you next.
There are people who are excited about the new play caller for the Denver Broncos. And then there's Mike Evans.
Sean Payton is out of the way.
Right.
And now Davis